Good.
Oh.
You look a little different.
Excuse me.
You do look slight. Do you have a mask by chance?
No, I don't have a mask, but let me check. Oh, maybe it's my nose ring.
That might be it.
Do I look strange? Still.
You look quite strange.
You look a lot
Marvelous.
like 30 years younger.
You do.
Oh,
You do.
thank you.
Not that much.
It's probably the lighting.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's
Okay, listen,
All
let
right.
me just check out here real quick.
Oh, my God. How's the dispensary going? Is that kicking off yet?
I'm still waiting for it to be approved
Wait, what? Wait, with what?
from my business proposal.
What's the name of it?
The apothecary.
What do you mean? It's approved.
Oh, is it? Okay, apologies. I haven't been around today. I've been not feeling well.
Oh, you're good. I was sick yesterday, actually. I fucking woke up. I had my fucking stomach cramps all day yesterday.
Yeah, I'm having
Yeah.
stomach issues today.
Jesus
Good
Christ.
going around.
Wait, like, actually?
No, but like actually, yeah, like Dark will tell you I was like keeling over in my office earlier and he was trying to
What
talk
the
to me.
fuck? Maybe there is something. Is there like, I mean, is there shit that goes in the air that fucks up your stomach?
No,
Oh.
but it could be in the water.
That or
In
the
the
food.
city, probably.
Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, wait. Didn't like some like crazy new virus make its way over like 6 months ago?
Oh,
Monkeypox
that's right.
or
There
some
was
shit.
something. Oh, I thought there was there a famine earlier in this year?
The
we had something at the city.
norovirus.
Yes.
I mean, there's still a famine.
Is there?
Let's be honest.
Well, that's
Okay.
Great sort of stuff.
Dr. Naya and Hollow we're waiting for. New Balance.
Should be on his way.
Thank you for the fresh
Governor
sub.
back in here?
Yep. And Dr. Naya says she's on the way too.
I'm losing my mind. I can't.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Is that the governor in the green shirt?
No, that's
Nope.
Falconer. That's a
Okay,
Judge
he-
Falconer.
Okay, he looks like the governor right now.
Oh,
Chuck,
Yep.
this is perfect. There's so many of us. I love this.
All right.
How many of the judges in this room did I hire? Is it all
hired
of you?
me.
Wow, this is perfect. I truly am HR. Oh, that could be my name, HR. There you go.
Are you proud of that one, Hart?
Yeah. Yes.
Clever.
I am. No
Pause
one's
loading
ever
back in. Oh. I don't know if he's even allowed in this meeting as of right now. Well, Pret is still the mayor. Well, that's what that's what we stipulate.
How about that snow, huh?
Yeah, there's a lot of that going around right now. Should I put this on Twitter?
I think 227 centimeters in the last week and a half. So, no.
What's
not
that,
nice.
30 minutes?
A fuck ton.
I'm gurgling it.
30 centimeters.
Hello, hello.
Oh.
Hello.
Yeah, dude. People cashed out of Bitcoin. Damn, bruh. I think it's due for a pullback. Oh, shit. Damn, this just went up.
Oh.
Hey, Dr. Nye, good to see you.
Hello. Oh, you're alright.
All good.
All right.
How about this time?
Perfect.
No,
Oh, look,
wow,
Governor.
Oh.
Not
Oh.
me. That's all good.
Yep.
Oh dear.
I'm
All
not
right.
often quite hungover, so
Um,
maybe it's just my vision from that far away.
Could I have my staff to my left, please? Just kind of stand on that side, just so we can get. Everyone needs to chat a little bit more closer to the middle. All right. All right. Okay.
Okay, just give me a moment. I'm just. What's this in my phone?
Of course, of course.
You guys
Okay,
get close to
well,
the table.
listen.
Just
I'm not sure who is who. What would be good is, could we have some of the more important authorities, the higher authorities, perhaps just identify yourself so I know who is here? Well, that would be the justices, mayors, and the medical authorities.
That is fair. Hello, I am Justice Hart. I'm in all black. That really doesn't narrow it down. Never mind. I'm the one at the very end here by the chair.
Oh yes, yes, I remember you. The one I thought was a medical professional.
Yes, and it's an easy mistake to make. You wouldn't be the first.
Oh, marvelous.
And then Hallow is to my side here.
Hey, I'm Justice Hallow.
Hey, hello, sir. Hello. You might need to use your big boy voice, if that's okay.
Oh yeah. My name's Justice Hallow.
Hallow, do you want to stand in front of me? Got some space over here.
In front of you?
Yeah, so you're closer. You know what I mean?
Oh, that
on
might
the
be
other
good.
side of the
Perhaps
table.
the important people coming a bit closer would be great. Yes, maybe we can. So
you're
it
choosing
was
their
just
side,
the
Hallow.
two
Well,
justices,
the
or
hell?
was there any others?
Angel was unfortunately unable to make it. The rest of the team back there are all judges.
Oh, the ones in the group over there piled together.
Mostly
Oh,
appointed.
marvelous.
Ava is elected.
Okay, sure.
Isn't Barrick elected too?
I have appointed him.
Oh,
Barrick.
congratulations, Barrick.
Yes.
Not surprising.
I think only 2 days ago.
Oh shit.
And who is it on my right here?
I am Dr. Naya Nashville. I'm the medical San Andreas Medical Authority Director.
Oh, marvelous, marvelous.
Yeah.
And do you have any? How does that system work at the moment? Are you voted in, or is there some sort of other system that
Voted
allocates you?
in.
Ah, marvelous. Okay.
It runs alongside the mayor elections.
Ah, of course, of course. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. I believe. And Mr. Mayor, correct? You're the mayor.
That is correct.
Mayor of
Los Santos County.
Los Santos. And I assume the other asshole won't be here today. The what was his name?
He is available to come in. I think he was going to ask for permission outside if we need him.
Sure. Well, we'll wait for a moment because he's from Sandy Shores, correct?
Yes, that is correct. I think he lives up in
Okay.
Polito, maybe? Yeah, Polito.
Sure. Well, a little more civilized, I guess, but
Hmm.
we'll let the meth heads in later.
Okay. All right. Wake the-
Out of curiosity, apart from the current situation with that individual, is there any other topics that you would like to discuss in terms of how things are happening right now with the authorities? Are there any questions or anything that you don't understand or would like an answer to by chance? Either side, by the way.
I think
I think we covered most of everything from my perspective last time.
Yeah.
Probably the Saj letter would be more important.
And by chance, was there any movement or with the legislation that we were looking over prior to this that emphasized the proper methods in which the authorities were to pass legislation?
Yep.
I believe we're still waiting for the finalized copy, but we were all in agreement on it, so shouldn't take too long after that.
So it has
Sure.
been updated. I believe the only edit was changing the 50% to majority.
Ah, yes.
And then there was a recommendation from you, Governor, about upgrading to like federal level review based on something. So is that something that should be added in advance of it? Is that something you'd like entered in?
No, I don't. I believe we should just push that through as fast as possible. But
Okay.
if there's any other things that we want to add, it could just be either an addition later or a separate piece of legislation to streamline the process more than it
Okay.
already is, since it's quite slow.
Easy. All right.
Okay,
What should I do with the
well,
document once? Who should I give that to? Should we
Either one
update
of
it?
us,
Should I give it to
myself
the?
or Hello, we could get it updated.
Okay. All right. Perfect.
Sure. Whatever the system is, I guess. Could I ask what was the outcome with the other situation with the Mr. What's his name? What's the rat's name?
Do you refer to Kyle Prenser?
I believe so. Yes, the northern species. Yes.
My God, although I might not refer to him as that myself, we have decided to maintain our decision on his removal from office after
Fantastic.
conferring with judges.
Okay.
Okay. Out of curiosity, I know there was some disputes yesterday. Was there any discussion that you had, Mr. Mayor, or the justices or the medical staff? Was there any sort of process that you guys went through? What was the process there exactly?
Absolutely. So, following your leave, the discussion did come up in regards to two specific points. One was bringing Pred back into office and impeaching him so that there was both due process, a paper trail, et cetera, et cetera. That conversation ultimately ended with what Hot said, with the DOJ maintaining their stance. As a consequence of that, my staff wrote up a petition for writ of mandamus for his reinstatement, detailing out the particular reasons as to why that needed to happen. And then things got rather muddy as the response was unsignatured and unclear whether it came from a DOJ collective, an individual, some individuals, whatever. And the recommendation was to kick that writ up to the governor yourself, which I in turn did, and recommended that a meeting take place so we could go through the details of said writ. Now,
Yes. I didn't read it, by the way. I just gathered what it would be about. Honestly, I dislike reading things that you write, so no offense, but I just...
Hey, as
I
long
don't
as
like
got
capital
signatures.
letters. No, yes, of course, of course. Well, I do have some questions regarding it. Or not just this situation in general, but the generalized flow of things like this in which decisions are made. If we're to use a law and interpret it, and it is debatable, is there any sort of outcome that emphasizes why he was removed? Which part of the legislation specifically was the law or the issue perceived that he had crossed, that the justices had okayed, essentially?
It was a legislation made by the previous Blaine County mayor.
Oh, yes. I'm aware of the legislation. I'm asking the specifics in which you correlated parts of that legislation. To say that he had broken
we might
the
not
law,
even
and
do
if
anything.
that was documented, so if something is to happen in the future, people have a fallback and understand why and what had happened exactly.
Are you talking about how I found him guilty of a felony in court, and that's what
No.
led to the breach of the
Yes,
legislation?
That's what
No.
led to it.
Yeah,
I am
that-
asking what in the legislation specifically warranted which wording, which part of the law did you cite to have that happen? Is what I'm asking.
let me find a second and read it verbatim.
I'm so
It's a lot
sorry to ask
easier
again,
to
but
talk
does
about a
anyone have
point if we understand the actual, point we're going to be talking about. I guess.
Sure.
Grounds for dismissal under the mayoral legislation for Blaine County. Should any member of Blaine County's mayor's office be found to no longer maintain good standing regarding their criminal record, they will be removed from their position.
This is great.
Okay.
Watch. That's not what he's asking.
Which let me just I'll get this up on for myself. I wish we had a board in here to look at it. Oh,
That would be
Fine.
lovely.
Let me know when you're ready, and I can tell you the report number.
I just want to be sure I'm reading the right things. One moment. Was this the 1922 something one?
11299.
We may not even need to cook. It's coming out already.
The grounds for dismissal that is down the bottom. I assume is that what we?
Yep, exactly. Just the very first sentence.
And when this was outlined, Mr. Mayor, since you had objected, do you have your lawyers here or anybody that was discussing this by chance?
I have some of them behind me.
Well, it would be nice to understand the dispute of this specific because this is the key to the issue.
Absolutely. Yep. So
actually, before we start that,
Nino.
was there any sort of voting in which presided over this apart from the justices? Had the medical and the mayor both agreed that this too is how it is meant to be perceived?
we attempted to vote. Myself, Dr. Naya, and Hot on behalf of the DOJ. Myself and Dr. Naya both agreed that that this is not what the legislation was about, that this legislation was very clearly written for staff of Blaine County, and that Pred should be reinstated, and due process via impeachment should be utilized to review the evidence and a decision come out of that. To which it was ignored is probably the best word to use.
Yes, yes. I'm curious when you say it's clear that it wasn't meant for the mayor. Which specifics do you mean here? Could you outline that?
Absolutely. So I outlined it in the document, but I'm going to do it out loud right now. Let me just pull it up.
Details.
Okay. So from the opening statement, first and foremost, it self-titles itself as guidelines and emphasizes that the guidance and information provided to citizens are those seeking positions in the mayor's office. Furthermore, the phrase "for those who currently hold or aim to hold a position in the Blaine County mayor's office" indicates that the legislation applies specifically to appointed positions.
Which part are you reading here? Did you say?
That's at the very top.
Oh, right at the top. Under the introduction, you mean?
That
in the
is
same.
Yep,
Yes.
that is correct.
Oh,
Yep.
sure. Okay. Well, let's start over, just so I'm reading what you're saying.
Absolutely. So in the introduction to this, it says no one accomplishes anything alone, and Blaine County is no different. The legislation will provide guidance and information on resources available to citizens of the county and act as a guidepost for those who currently hold or aim to hold a position in Blaine County Mayor's office. These guidelines are intended to allow for fluidity between different administrations. For what works for one may not work, may not be the most effective for another. So this opening section self-titles itself as a guidelines and emphasizes that the guidance and information provided to citizens and those seeking positions in the mayor's office. It explicitly states that the document aims to provide continuity between administrations by outlining roles within the office of the mayor. So I think right off the bat, this is clearly not for the mayor, but those who are brought into the office. But it gets a little clearer as we get further.
Just before we, yes, that's very well. But a question that would be posed, that is, if Mr. Pred was Mr. Pred, correct?
Correct.
Yes, that is correct.
Before he was mayor, would he not have been aiming to join the mayor's office by becoming the mayor? Is the mayor's office still not the mayor's office? It's the mayor's, is it not?
Fair, yes.
My question with how this is perceived, the reality is in which way you read it and I read it, and like I said yesterday, I had read this, and it also could be, in my opinion, perceived multiple ways, which is what the large issue is. But my confusion with this is, if we have two authorities that are willing to imply or say or change or alter this or believe it isn't done in the right way, and these two people are also voted in entities of the people, why is it that the justices would have more power in a situation like this?
Well, from our
That's a good point.
There is, in the Constitution, it states that our position is to enforce the laws of this county, of both counties. And this is legislation that's written into law for us to enforce. Not to mention, we may be 3 justices, but we've spoken with the entire team. So many, both elected and appointed members from within the judiciary have, I believe, almost all agreed.
So, was there specifics? I know that the other justice here had said that it was bound by the grounds of dismissal. Was there any specifics in this? So, to you, what is good standing and maintaining good standing with a criminal record? Is that to indicate no crime at all has ever been committed? Is it felonious activity, or is there a threshold that is reached at some point?
We considered that to be felonious activity specifically.
Okay.
Okay, and what was it again that he?
You were asleep.
Violating a court order.
And this is why I asked at the beginning is, if you're to have an understanding while reading law and writing law, why is it, if you were to make a judgment on what the definition of good standing would be, that it wouldn't be documented so other people would understand this? You see, there is a very big issue with something like this, and why talking and discussion before doing anything is very important. Because when we look at
my God, we don't even need to do anything.
Almost all of the legal legislations that were passed, they could almost all be deemed invalid if you were to
wait. He's literally making
the proper constitution. Even
Richie,
now,
thank you for 17 months.
But
you hot mic'd when you
somebody
say
like me
that's a
was
good
to come in
question.
here and say, well, that is wrong. That is my opinion. Everybody's removed, and there's no discussion. Do you not see that maybe there could be issues with that sort of understanding when there isn't any sort of documentation or discussion to be had? What do we learn from this?
Of course, I personally would have likely gone through the impeachment process instead. I was not,
welcome.
There for well, unfortunately, I was not there for that exact discussion. However, I've been asking for food. I'll be fine.
You need food, you say?
Yes.
Oh, I think I found some burgers.
Right. My job is more important than eating.
Yeah,
Hey,
any
yeah.
extras would be nice because I'm about to end up like her.
Mr. Chavez?
I prepared for this.
Thank you.
There's a burger
we
or
should-
two
we should
there if you
Just
want
put
to
the brakes on
split
this
them.
because she tried to jump it ahead a little bit. We still need to cover the detail section
I agree.
further. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Does anyone else need food?
I need a drink if anybody has one.
I got you.
We may
you
need to
got it?
reset on my answer to that question. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
Thank you so much.
It was more a statement than a question, although it was rounded as a question. It was the point that I was making. So when we'd emphasize this either way, sorry that you're on the ground, by the way, but when we take chunks of this legislation and it says, good standing regarding their criminal record, it also says they will be removed from their position. There's nothing to correlate or say why, how, immediately, who by, or anything. If we had to read this specifically, how
Ferngale, thank you for 3 months.
And you read the first sentence, and it's, well, if you read this and do exactly what it says, in your opinion, I mean, it sounds justifiable, sure. But it appears there's a lot of gray area with it as well.
I don't disagree. We went back and
Where
forth and discussed it
exactly
at
does
length.
it say
Wait,
here
what
that
the
you would be
fuck?
the one to remove them
What do
from
you
the position?
mean?
Well, since we handle the election process and are then the ones that onboard them, have them read the oath, get them their keys, go through the entire process, logic stands that we would do the same in reverse. I don't think there really is many other people available to remove them.
Everybody's available to do it. That's how impeachment works. Anybody can be impeached at any point in time.
Oh no, for merely the straight removal. For impeachment, of course.
Oh yes. Well, yes. Of course, that makes sense. Okay. So if we're going to justify this, we're going to say that maintaining good standing with a criminal record means there must be no felonious activity. Correct? That's the general consensus.
That is correct.
Was there any other specifics in there that the justices had discussed that would be of argument by chance?
I believe the concept that any crimes would count for that was brought up, but we decided that was too far-reaching.
Well, you see the
a very
problem
high
there.
standard.
You have decided.
Yes,
Your people has decided. Now, when it says in the Constitution, it is implied that you would be changing things, or I guess in this circumstance, having an opinion and shaping how it is decided, because it sounds like this would need to be modified or emphasized on. But it appears there was no legal dispute before that for it to happen. And the Constitution states, and that is what we are changing, that you would be okay to pass any sort of legislative changes if it was to do with a judicial proceeding.
No, you gotta lock it and unlock it.
Sorry, I was
All right,
Yes,
you
yes,
don't
we'll
want to
give it to
fuck
him.
around with the occult. That shit'll fucking lead
So,
nowhere.
so
fat.
we're in the middle of a meeting.
My bad. I wasn't trying to summon an evil entity to come to my aid.
Oh no, nobody's evil around here. Nobody is evil around here. Everybody is great.
Okay.
I wasn't messing with the
Is
occult.
there a reason Miami Vice is in here at the moment? What's happening here?
It's a great.
Who is this guy?
I'm the warlord of Blaine County. Well, yeah, I'm the warlord of Blaine County.
Okay.
You guys want to smoke, brother?
No, thank you. Just give us a few minutes. We'll let you in soon. Just go have your cigarette.
Okay.
We'll let you in
All right, I'll
momentarily.
be outside.
So,
I need someone to open the door for me. I don't have a key.
Sorry, Kyle.
yeah. So, there's a couple things I'd like to point out before even looking at this document that we would like to point out. This particular document was repealed on November 2nd. Excuse me, November 3rd. As can be seen on City Hall. Based on the existing legislative and approval process There's no precondition that the DOJ moves any repeal into contest, nor that the past legislation needs to be entered into the MDT. Ipso facto,
Who was it that repealed it by
that
chance?
was Pred while in office, prior to his, you know, all the court cases and the writs that were applied to him.
Sure. Well, the point I'm making is probably similar to where I would head with that one. The way I see this, again, is if you're to make a judicial result or enforcement of any sort of legislation or law, it should be based on some sort of judicial proceeding. That's how I
Yes.
believe it should be done. So, for the justices to enforce something like this without the other authorities, I believe, is an overstep of the current constitution.
Oh shit!
And
Wait,
in
we don't
saying
even have to
that,
do anything.
It goes. For instance, if you're to pass authority as a mayor right now, what is the process again? Is it contested?
Correct. We either repeal it or we put something forward on the city hall, and then we have to wait for the justices to put it into the contest period, and then we have 72 hours after that, and then once it passes 72, it goes up.
So, if a mayor is to repeal legislation in his own county, is he not the authority and it should be uncontested?
We very much believe so. In fact, even the existing, prior to our updated legislative and approval process, notates that the respective authority can repeal it, and that there's a 72-hour contest period that follows the same process as a proposed one. So,
yes,
ipso facto, this Blaine County office roles and responsibilities didn't exist and at the time of Pred's removal.
As of right now, we have been functioning based off of the same requirements to pass a repeal for legislation as well, and allowing people the opportunity to contest it. We would absolutely, we can adjust that and continue discussions regarding it.
Well,
But,
there's, with all due
the
respect, there's
perspective of the Department of Justice that was not accepted into law. The repeal was not passed, considering we were still waiting for meetings with yourself, Governor, to solidify the process before we moved ahead with those.
Okay. Well,
So it was not repealed. It was not removed. It is still law.
so I'm
sure, but remember,
that's
the legislation
bullshit.
is always under the Constitution. The Constitution is what we were changing the legislation based on, and the legislative authorities is clearly outlined, and that was emphasized to everybody. The proceedings in which was implied. Same with the conversation yesterday. I believe either way.
Yeah, he's already
again,
cooking. That's why I'm not going to interject.
Whatever happens here, it still would have to go through the same proceeding, but if two authorities, being the two on my right, are willing to change legislation, they would be a higher vote, 2-1 to the justices, to change this writing, legislation piece, whatever. So the relevance of if this should have been repealed a while ago, or if that was legal, it's not the argument we're having or need to have at the moment, I don't believe. But we need to remember the Constitution is above all. And if we are all knowing that the legislation is changing and wrong, we should be falling back to the Constitution, not falling back to the improper legislation and implying that is the reason we have changed things.
Agree.
In saying that, I still believe if a mayor of Los Santos or Blaine County wants to change legislation within his county, remove it, whatever it may be, if there is no confliction with the Constitution, then it should be passed and only contested after. The same with the medical authority when it comes to medical situations. They should be able to pass anything medical without any contesting unless, of course, there's a constitutional argument. And it's the same with the justices. And it is implied here, too, that you should be able to pass anything without it being contested if it is a judicial matter. And I believe this is not a judicial matter. So if this I believe you guys can still come up with the proper solution, but I believe also if these two people want this changed or want it altered or want it reversed, or a court case for impeachment, then that should be the outcome if that's the majority vote. So again, I'm not suggesting that should happen. I feel like there is an understanding that all of you can have a discussion and work out what the right process would be in this circumstance. Backtracking again and going through all the legislation that has been voided from
I
different things
told
is just
you,
not,
man. She was
not a good
lying
idea.
after he
So
left. This is what he
basing
said
it off this and moving
originally.
forward with this would be the best solution, in my opinion. I don't know if there is anything the justices would like to ask or have clarified with that opinion, or if you think that might be something in another legislation that I haven't read, because like I said yesterday, I haven't read, or the day before, I haven't read a lot of these legislation pieces. So I could be entirely wrong with what has changed elsewhere. But if there's questions or anything, I'd love to hear them. And then maybe we can discuss, a logical outcome if we can come to agreement on something.
I mean,
is there any questions?
I think a lot of this makes sense, to be honest.
Well, I'd like to know that there's an understanding of what I'm trying to say, and it's not an illogical statement or something I'm pulling out of my butthole. Do you understand why I believe this would be invalid, what you have done? Not that we need to specifically do anything about that, or it was done in malice or something, but do you understand why I believe you should not be able to do something based on a legislative piece without it being contested or discussed first?
The actual removal of his keys.
Well,
as I stated at the start, I personally would have gone the impeachment route myself, but I wasn't there. I'm just trying to plead our case since I'm aware of the discussions. I've talked to the people involved, and I understand the logic of why they did so.
Why?
Yes, I can completely understand that there is an argument to be had, and there's a logical way of implying that this should have happened. That's not so much the issue; it's the procedure and steppings before it, I believe. If you're to interpret somebody else's legislation, that you're, I feel, having to discuss with other people to justify the point, that it should go through a proceeding that everybody is able to talk and have a proper procedure or hearing over the matter.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd understand if he blew up a building or something, and that's where the Constitution and safety would kick in. But it appears, what was the charge again?
It was violating a court order, but specifically it was related to the misuse of county funds, and so there was a concern that he would continue to do so if allowed in the
Yes. Oh, no, that's totally okay. I'm just trying to gauge the severity of what could have happened there, but I don't believe it should have been an immediate process either way. By chance, Mr. Mayor and Director of the medical board, more so the director, how do you feel about this, and what discussions have you had or interpretations of this law?
I feel like there should have been the process of impeachment. I feel like if there's a concern that because of his felony he's not able to do his job, it should have just gone through the normal process, and that the decision shouldn't have been made without also the agreement of the justice themselves, because it seems like all three of them also didn't. I agree with the idea, but mostly we have impeachment set for a reason, so I don't see why it wouldn't have gone through that way.
Yes, I think it makes sense. For me, the way I consider it is if you are of equal authority, well, unless of course it is actual law, the penal code or something in which they are being thrown in jail or something for, you should be prosecuting them on that. But like I said, I don't think this is necessarily a judicial matter until you take it to court. So you don't have the authority to step over the other authorities, if that makes sense.
You don't have the authority to enforce the law as stated in the Constitution.
Pardon?
This was a law that was put in place by a previous mayor, which admittedly we might be able to argue might not have been the best written, but that's always a possibility with an election. However, the Constitution states that we are to enforce those laws. Is that not our responsibility?
Judicial related matters, you are the authority over.
I brought this up. You can't shoot someone.
Exactly.
You can't start.
In Article 2, legislative authorities.
Yes.
The Department of Justice shall have legislative authority over all legal and judicial matters within San Andreas. That is true, but that's only legislative authorities. It also states that it shall ensure the enforcement of laws, uphold justice, and protect the rights of citizens. That is what we are focusing on currently, since we saw it necessary.
Through the vehicle that you're provided.
It had been put forth by
Guidelines.
And what is the law you enforce?
The legislation placed that states.
Well, the enforcement of it would. Sorry, what was that?
Just the law that we've discussed about Blaine County not being allowed to have felons in the mayoral office.
Okay. Yes. So, I mean, with how this is all written and perceived, your authority again is above judicial matters, and yes, you are to enforce the laws and uphold justice. But if the process is something in which you were discussing behind the scenes, like it is a judicial matter, when you have to question the law and have a discussion about it, you are creating a judicial matter. But a judicial matter shouldn't be between justices and judges. It should be between the counterparties and the judges, because you were not at that point giving due process or the other constitutional pieces that this would breach.
Is the due process not the fact that he was taken to court and
that's not what due process is?
That is.
He's talking about the due process afterwards that actually puts us through the process of removing him.
Bro,
not just
I'm literally, bro. This is literally what we were saying.
Sure.
Yeah.
You're missing the point. When you start having a conversation with others, which creates the judicial matter, and you don't have those people involved, that's when it's the issue.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying? You can't be the judge, the jury, the executioner.
Exactly.
And discuss it between one party.
This is why I'm not talking.
If
it was so
done
obvious.
in a way that's it is cut and clear. This is done. Let's put him in jail. Fine. But if it is discussed and you have to come to an agreement and discuss the intricacies of the law, they should be there as they are a party in the enforcement of that law. That would be a due process.
I think we will unfortunately have to agree to disagree there, considering that he was there when he was found guilty. He had every opportunity.
You're missing the part I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the original case. That was due process.
But the legislation states that if he is a felon, he is to be removed. It doesn't state any process for which, just that he must be.
That's completely correct. He is to be removed. Does it say that you are to discuss and make sure you agree on the laws and whatnot and create that judicial matter privately? No.
This is what my conversation was Tuesday night.
It is a judicial
and I wanted to blow
matter.
my head off in RP.
Do you understand?
I see where you're going with it.
Well, that's my understanding. Is that not what is a judicial matter? If it is not, if it is not what we're even doing now, if there was something to come from it, would I believe also be a judicial matter or a legal matter, so to speak, depending on if you want to label it differently based on legislation. I believe, again, if somebody is to have a law enforced on them, like you have said, is your reasoning.
You need due
and there is
process.
discussion
It's
of
a
that law,
separate
then it
process.
needs to be also falling under the due process. But if there was a line that said, you are a felon, you get removed, there's no discussion needed. There's a big difference. And that's why I think the legislation says you need to be a felon. No, it says you have to have good standing. And like you said prior, you would emphasize and have a different opinion of that. Does everybody in here agree that what does good standing mean? If I ask everybody in here, are we going to have the same opinion?
Absolutely not.
Is good
I didn't know what it
standing
was,
in
and that's why
regards
I
to your
asked.
Criminal record. It states
Yes.
good standing in regards to your criminal record.
And that's why I asked at the start,
that
did we
be?
talk about felonies or citations? And there was even the question there that I believe the other justice said that they had to ask and, confer about that. So there was a judicial matter, no?
I suppose so, but when we made it what I believe would be the highest option, I know it's been suggested that even tickets could remove people, and if we want to vote on that, it's fine with me. I don't speed, but I feel like we've picked the highest level.
Right, but you've picked that without him being there as a part of a due process and a judicial matter. And that's what I'm saying. If there is a judicial matter that is created of two entities, the due process must occur. That's all I'm saying.
So even though there are many different people elected to these positions, these authority positions, many of which that might not have the legislative writing experience that a lot of Nino's team, for example, has, we just can't do our job to interpret the laws that they've given us.
I don't understand what you mean by that. You are allowed, very rightfully, to do so. What law was he charged with?
Violating a court order.
Oh, when you removed his keys.
He wasn't. That was against the legislation.
Right. So it's a legislative piece, and if it becomes discussed, it's a judicial matter, and it needs to have the due process. I don't understand the complications.
That's
of what
exactly
I'm saying.
it.
It's not saying that
Oh
you
my God!
cannot,
This is literally
laws based
this
on
is
judicial
literally
matters,
why I
but the
was
problem
losing my
here
mind
is
on Tuesday.
We are at a point where we have had something happen and nobody has documented it to create the legislative piece that needs to occur after this. If anybody is to ask or look at this documentation, there needs to be something that we can see written down and a proceeding of some sort if it's altering the legislation or making a law based on the legislation or enforcing it, some sort of like case law or something.
Interesting. All right. Sure.
Well, in
Sorry,
saying that, I still don't think you would have the authority to walk on a legislation like this and quote unquote enforce it either, unless it's emphasized in the law.
Whose responsibility is it to interpret the laws then, if not the Department
All
of
of
Justice?
Yeah.
Well, that's also dependent on what law. Like I said, medical. If it's just
bro, we didn't even
legislation,
have to
you're
do all
of
this.
equal,
we didn't even have to do all this.
power,
We didn't even get
unless
like
it
this.
is-
Actually, got ripped at due process.
So
but
I have a
Yeah,
question.
if you let me finish,
Yeah.
of
Oh, it's a little
legislative
tongues.
power, unless it is a judicial matter in which you are the authority over, which is when you can pass something and it won't be contested. But in this case, that legislation would be of equal power between you. Why would you have the authority over something like this?
Since the Constitution states that our responsibility is to enforce the law.
Yes,
That's just
implied on
that's what
judicial
it
matters.
is. It's not implied though. It doesn't say it. if we're
The
we
DOJ
very
shall
often
have
do the-
legislative authority.
Yes.
That is where your authority is explained
That's
over all
legislative
legal and judicial
authority.
matters within
Yes,
San
to
Andreas.
actually create legislation, that is true. But then the second
Yes.
sentence is a separate statement that says that we
Yes.
shall enforce the laws. That is all laws.
What you been up to?
Okay, and
That is the letter of the law there.
yes, you should enforce the laws, correct? But in saying that, where is the judicial proceeding and the due process in this?
It's not in the Constitution right there.
I respect
That part is just enforce the laws. It doesn't say, enforce the
Okay.
laws only when it offers a certain thing. It's just enforce the laws.
Let me just scroll down. Article 3, rights and freedoms. Right to a fair trial and due process. All citizens are guaranteed a fair trial and due process of law. And if you are processing the law and altering it without anybody talking to you that is of the other party, it is not due process. That is the entire point I'm making.
No, I do understand. I think that this is a unique case in which he was found guilty through due process and had every opportunity to defend his case. And since he was found guilty,
It's not the case. It's not.
That is where this case, to me, appears to be different.
Can I give an example? Maybe this will. I'm going to use a real world example. Our current sitting president had a bunch of charges pressed against him. Those are open. There is a separate process that was used to determine whether or not he could run for president or whether or not he's going to be removed. Even though there can be due process over criminal charges, there is a complete separate process that then takes the outcome of one to make other adjustments to his presidency. So I think what's being said here is, even though there was due process over the crimes that Pred committed, a separate one would be necessary to remove his mayorship.
The laws regarding that are extremely different, whereas we were going off of one that explicitly states that he must be removed. Once again, I was not a part of this exact decision, but
The
the
issue-
decision was made on
look,
the wording.
The issue
that
right now,
they had to be removed.
if I can, the issue straight up is that, was there due process for the thing he was charged with? Yes. He was found guilty in a court of law. Was there due process for having his keys removed and him being removed as mayor? No. It was conversation that was had between judges. He wasn't involved in the conversation. Nobody else was. Therefore, he didn't have the chance to defend himself or argue it or whatever. That's the issue. The issue is that due process for the charge, yes. Due process for being removed, no. That's the problem. That's what we're talking about.
I know that, Haller. Thank you.
So, the reason why I think it's important that it needed, yes, like I said, I don't think there is an issue with how the legislation is perceived, but in saying that, there is a problem when
Chat,
we are
relax.
going to read some things literally and others not, considering they're all in the same section, and that's why I said, if we were to have a due process in this situation, and the lawyer team was to show that the November filing was to remove that legislation, and you did not remove that legislation when the Constitution states that you should, because he has the authority to change that, and he went to jail and or lost all his things because of it. What would we do in that situation? That's why the due process is needed. In my opinion, if what the mayor has said is fact, this shouldn't have been a debate at all. We shouldn't even be standing here if the justices had interpreted the Constitution correctly and allowed them to be the authority inside their counties.
I don't mean to be insulting, sir, but we wrote it.
Wait.
You wrote what? Sorry.
We wrote the Constitution.
Sure. Okay. And what are you countering to what I'm saying exactly?
I believe we have a...
Blaine County shall have legislative authority over its jurisdiction. Does that say what I think it's saying? It has legislative authority over its jurisdiction.
And then we have further legislation that outlines the exact process so that it can be placed in.
Sure, but does it say here in the Constitution that the Blaine County shall have legislative authority over over its jurisdiction?
Yes, it does.
So, if he is to pass something, 2 months ago, why would that not be in legislation or passed out of curiosity? Who has the right to stop that?
In the system that we've created, the people, they have the right to contest changes being
Okay.
made because they are
For 2 months.
being represented. It was halted based on the SAG document.
That is not true.
It was my understanding that no, that is true. From
I
our
had-
side, we were not looking at them because we were distinctly waiting to.
I just want to put a fact on the table real quick. Los Santos County had legislation passed in that same time period before the SAG meetings, because the SAG letter inherently was not about the individual counties in Sama, but was strictly in relation to the processes around the DOJ.
Are you saying that you will hold some law where you see fit, but you won't pause other law where somebody could be removed from mayor? What is the difference here exactly? Why wouldn't you pause all of that as well, knowing that those legislations too could be incorrect based on the Constitution?
Yeah.
We paused the adding of legislation since we were going to adjust the process for how they are added and removed. However, we did not pause the enforcement of laws. We would be
Right,
in a month-long
but
purge.
the current legislations were the ones that were more likely to be highly at risk. No. They were the ones that were written and bound by the
How is she
incorrect
saying that?
proceedings of the Constitution. I'm just curious why that would be a backfall to a situation like this. And like I said, this is why I think the due process was very heavily needed. Because I can argue both sides, and I can imply too that he deserves what he gets. But I wasn't aware that there was something that was forced into legislation 2 months ago by an authority that is the Constitution, which is above all
I feel
legislation. That
this
should have been
is
passed
so redeeming.
immediately, unless there was
This
something
is what
that
we
was,
were telling her the other day,
being
and
contested
losing
based on the
our
Constitution
mind
itself.
to.
There is nothing in legislation at all that can override the Constitution.
I
Nothing.
understand that. So should we scrap all of the documentation we've created for how we actually create these laws? Any of the process for it? Should we just scrap all of that since the Constitution states they can legislate it? Is it just they say so, therefore it is?
No, there's still other parts of the Constitution. If something is to be passed, so if you're to pass, it's very simple. You can pass anything, and that's why you can be impeached. If something is in your medical field or the justice judicial matters or in their county in which they have been voted in by the people, that cannot be contested for any reasons unless it's against the Constitution. It should just be processed. That's the idea of streamlining things, and then it can be contested afterwards. And I believe that is actually written in the old legislation that was the case. The only misinterpretation from my memory was that it was written that the justices could pass any legislation as an authority, which was a misinterpretation of the judicial matters.
And we're adjusting that currently with Nino's cabinet.
Yes.
But the contestant the phase for contesting.
That was the amendment, though. They amended that in.
legislative authorities.
Sure. So what's the standard process? Is it 2 months?
No, that was uniquely based on slowing down because of the SAG document.
She's lying.
Again, so what's
There
happening
are
is
so many lies right now. I can't count them.
According to all of us.
And
right. Well, the biggest problem
don't
I
want
see
to
inside
call each one out.
The pieces of the puzzles that are being put
Wrong
together in the
text.
legislation is time. I don't understand how we can remove somebody from a mayor role in the flick of a button. but we
It's
cannot
already
pass
it's
2
already
months
getting
of
cooked. These are
legislation
such lies,
or
dude.
have a minor change in what I felt was legislation written within under a month. Do you not see the?
Well, here's the thing.
I don't
Once
want
we
to
had the
interject while they're going at it,
immediate request
but
was to
I'm
roll back
noting this.
all of the changes we've made over the last few months, which is an understandable request from that perspective. I don't mean to insult it at all, but you can see how we would not want to make any wide sweeping changes when we were under that that phase of trying to figure out exactly what would be okay and what wouldn't once we came to these agreements, which we're finally now doing.
So
Okay.
why would you
I'm
roll
gonna
back
I'm gonna put a
legislation,
fucking
though,
gun in my.
except for the one that was
Bruh.
incorrectly
No,
worded? Are you,
are you
let's saying that you
not
would roll back?
Yo,
any
fuck out of here!
legislation
Y'all
that
weren't even
passed?
fucking
That's
doing
what
shit.
we wanted to do, but Nino requested it.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yes,
can you speak up? Wait, what did I request?
Oh, the rollback of legislation changes over the last few months.
Sorry, in relation to
I
what?
believe in my last written letter, I said that wouldn't be needed. Is that not correct?
That is true, and I passed
Yeah.
that on and said that he could audit anything that he saw
Yes.
issue with.
Yeah, which we have done.
Absolutely.
I believe. I mean, listen. If there's legislation that says 24 to whatever, 72 hours did you say for congestion?
That is correct.
Yes, it's 3 days right now.
I'm curious though. That contesting phase, I assume, would be based on constitution, right? Or is it just because you don't like something? What is that base contesting phase?
So the contest phase, the individuals contesting it need to either pay a lump sum or gather a significant amount of signatures. It essentially just gives them skin in the game to actually fight it if they don't think that the law represents them, which I feel like is it
Yes,
fits a
that
couple
makes sense.
different things in the Constitution. Yes.
So, is it only the people that can vote, or is that where you too can step in as justices and contest as well?
Well, so as a legislative authority, any legislative authority can contest things as well. But we would not. It would be the same thing where we contest it, and then
I think the biggest reason why she argues is because she actually doesn't believe that what they did was correct, but she.
Okay, so.
Yep.
If that's the case,
Also, she
how many
has been
laws
sleeping
or legislative
for
pieces
months.
has the justices
So
changed?
I have
in
no
which
idea
nobody
where
has been able to
she's
contest?
coming up with these statements.
There has been
I've
changes,
only
which
now
is,
just
which is why we are now
spoke
changing the process so that we follow the exact same guidelines. Initially, that wasn't true, so that we could, 'cause you know how it is the justice.
That's why there shouldn't be a contesting period for certain things unless there's a constitutional breach or some sort of thing. The reality is, I believe if you're the authority in your field, you should pass it, and it should change to streamline things. But that's for every authority. If you're the authority of the Los Santos mayorship, that too should be passed as with medical. It says that in the Constitution, and that is what implied. The contesting phase should only be there if there is a breach of what you would believe. For instance, say the medical staff want to pass on some sort of like drug change, and there is a confliction within some laws. It could be questioned and brought up at that point, sure, if it's going to alter things. But I believe everything should just be streamlined based on your authority, and that's just the way it should be. And I don't think the Constitution says otherwise, because if you have perceived that the DOJ can do it based on your being the legislative authority in judicial matters, which in my opinion is very sensible, then
Reddit's
why
not
should
going to
the
know
other
about it
three not
because
have the
me and
same,
Coil are both banned on
same
Reddit.
circumstances
So
applied to
good
them?
luck, Redditors.
Unless, of course, it is overstepping your boundaries.
I can see what you mean. I feel like we've set this contest period so that we can allow the public a chance to air their grievances and make sure that the laws fairly represent them, which is why we did the opposite route. Instead of removing the contest period, we just added it to the Department of Justice.
Okay.
But how do you
I think, well, listen, I think the contest period, I believe it's safe to have a contest period, and I would say otherwise with judicial matters specifically. I think them being passed based on case law is fine. I think the reality is the contesting phase is technically the judicial system in way of due process. There is discussion of whatnot there enough to have an understanding of why things change, and it can be done after. But also, obviously the Constitution also says for people's safety and whatnot too.
We do have a system where we can enter cases in incredibly
W banned on Reddit. You just earned some bits.
So who would disagree that the legal and judicial matters should be okay to be passed after a judicial hearing?
I think that the public just likes having that opportunity to show their response. And in the
Well,
same
bro,
say
you
that
waited
has to be
30 days, man.
I'm talking about judicial matters, by the way, not the others. So if there's a law or a case law made which, would alter anything, who would disagree that it shouldn't be passed through after there's a
I
the
will.
due
That's why I'm letting the
process
cooking
has occurred?
happen.
For those, probably not. I don't think
Well,
we have
Mr.
a contest
Mayor,
period for case law.
Medical director, would you either of you be against judicial matters being passed once the proceeding has ended?
After
Do you have any-
something has gone into legislation?
Only on a judicial matter.
On
So
judicial matters,
if-
yeah, I would agree with that.
Yes.
Yeah. I believe
Um,
that's what we put in the updated process.
Yeah.
as well.
It's already like that, and it should be like that. I believe that's the point I'm making. So,
Yeah.
in saying that, would there be a disagreement in saying that a contest phase for Blaine County and Los Santos County would be fine if there is a constitutional reason for doing so within 24 or 72 hours, whatever you deem fine.
I'm in agreement with it. In fact, we had it in the document. My concern that I want to point out, I didn't want to interrupt the exchange just now.
No, of course.
But the original issue was the amended, the uncontested authority came in 6 weeks ago. It wasn't in the original document. The second thing that I'd like to point out is why we're here today, and a lot of this contest stuff isn't about waiting 72 hours. It's that we, as legislative authorities, are waiting weeks to have the DOJ move it into the next phase. And it's the same problem we're having with audits and petition of writs. As it currently reads, we submit it to them, and then we have to have them take the next action before the 72 hours even begins. Isn't that right, Abilene? Making sure you're awake.
Yeah, that's right.
Am I good to let Pred in? He's just kind of sitting up there.
As long as he isn't yelling and screaming.
I have no issue.
All right.
So I think it's understandable and
buddy, I got
probably
some
good
bad
for the
news.
people that there would be some sort of contesting phase. But like I said, if there is no constitutional breach found by the judicial legislation, then it should be passed after 3 days. So I don't know if there's an issue in which there's not people to do it, or what the problem is. Why would things take that long otherwise? Obviously, apart from the mishaps we've had with the legislation at the moment.
That was really the only delay, since we weren't sure how significantly the process would change after the discussion with yourself and the mayors. So we didn't want to jump the gun on anything. That's really the only.
Does anyone care if I smoke in here?
Oh God, no, go for it. In fact,
May I ask, is this the stance of all the justices? Because when I spoke to Hollow, so we posted at City Hall. The answer I originally got from you was that you don't get notifications on City Hall. Hollow mentioned to me that he needs an email in order to know to look there. You said something similar. So I'm wondering why I was told that then, and where I'm hearing for the first time that you weren't passing things because there was lack of clarity.
What?
I thought we mentioned it. I apologize if we didn't. But no, for now that we had come to that agreement in the meeting for how things would go, and there wasn't,
I'm gonna call bullshit on this because
So hey, listen.
Yeah.
I don't really want to sit here and argue semantics more than we need to, because the reality is we're going to be here for 73 years. If we can agree entirely that this is how legislation should pass, a lot of these issues should just be dissolved. In general, if there's an understanding that the mayors have legislative authority over their counties, the medical professionals, obviously over medical things, and the DOJ over judicial matters, then I don't see the issue. And the only reason anything should be contested for the Blaine County or Los Santos County should be either the people uprising within that period, or there's a constitutional breach in which it is flagged by the DOJ themselves. And that too would go with the medical authority. But obviously, if people are overstepping within that field, it too should be the same way that they can contest certain things if they believe so be. But in saying that, yes, the DOJ should pass their laws immediately if it is a judicial matter and has gone through the due process. Does that make sense? Is that not what the Constitution points
Absolutely
at,
agreed.
in a way?
That makes sense.
So before
It sounds. No, go for it.
Before we get too far ahead, so I just want to be clear going forward, if respectively DOJ, medical board, or a mayor wants to put in a law, they can put it in, and then it can be contested after it's active, after it's been put in.
What is the law specifically? What,
Well,
I mean, we'd need a
right now the process.
The monarchy.
Jesus. Right now the process is like, if Nino wants to put in a legislation, he sends it to a justice. They say yes, or he puts on the docket. A justice or a judge says yes, it's constitutional. Goes into a 3-day contest phase. If nobody contests in 3 days, and it goes live.
Yes, whatever. I believe that's what the legislation already says. Yes, in saying that, as long as also the medical authority doesn't contest it, or the DOJ based on the Constitution, the medical authority based on medical things where they deem something that could be unsafe for the people.
Okay, so we're not allowing just any Joe Schmo to say, yeah, we're contesting this. We don't want to do this.
The current thing, yes, the current way that it's done is anyone can contest as long as they either submit the money required or the signatures required. At which point, if it is contested, it goes to a citywide vote so that everyone may make their voices heard.
Yes, I believe that makes sense. Although with the Blaine County / Los Santos County, perhaps a localized vote, if possible, might be better in those scenarios.
Got the option to do that, but if
Funny,
that
because
is
that's how you guys had the voting process be that tried fucking me in the ass. Well, you thought maybe you guys might have put that together at least.
Let's not argue. We're making progress on what we understand here, and is it in good standing that the current legislations would emphasize that this would be the process with the changes that have been submitted?
Yes, that's the exact changes that we were working with Nino and his cabinet.
And is there any disagreements with the latest document? Is that prepared, Mr. Mayor?
It is. Yep, it is prepared.
No, we were all on board for that one.
The question is, who puts it? Who updates it?
I pass it to the justices now and make sure that it hasn't changed and they're okay with it. And I believe it should be able to be put in immediately. No.
Perfect.
Beautiful.
Yes, myself and Hallow can read it over, and if we're still in agreement to everything, and nothing's changed, then yes.
Would you like the legislative authorities put their signatures on it with the underwriters as well?
Sure.
Okay. All right.
Yes. Also, in regards to actually, you know what, Mayor of the North, would you like to have your piece and say anything of relevance in your situation and what has happened to you throughout your removal, sir?
Just my removal or my whole term? Because
I don't want your life story, no. I just want to understand the specifics in which you believe you were crossed in this law specifically when you were removed.
Oh, yeah, this was, while I was out in the hallway watching Bring It On.
To the point, sir. I don't need your life story, please.
Gotcha. Yeah, this whole thing kind of really rubbed me the wrong way because it just kind of showcased that the Department of Justice more so acted as a hive mind more than anyone. Like, the thing that bothered me is every conversation I had was just riddled with, what about this?
Hold on a second. You know, the thing that's bothering me is I'm asking about the specific law itself, and you're still telling me a live story about people that you throw dog shit at it.
Oh, your the one that I repealed a month ago?
And what you think was unjustified in general. The removal process.
Well, there was no removal process. They basically did something that wasn't codified, that's not in their purview to do, without using the removal process that's outlined in the state legislation. I mean, it's there as plain as day what the removal process is. And alls I was met with was, hey,
You mean
we're
the
taking your keys, you can run next election. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I believe while it is very clearly written, and I said this yesterday, there is an impeachment process. It doesn't say it's the only process in which something could happen. So this is the discussion
does, though.
we've had, and I can understand both sides. There is something that says if you are not in good standing, then you can be removed, and it could be implied that maybe it's just the members under you, or it is you. There's a lot of debate to be had, but the reality is,
chat, we don't need to say it.
There should have been some form
Let
of
me cook. I got it this far.
discovery
Not
and
you.
discussion, considering there
When
was
they're
way
already
more,
cooking and we're winning, you don't
way
need to
more be said
interject.
about the
Otherwise,
situation. It
you
wasn't
look
a
more
cut and
like a
close case.
loser.
It should have
We're
been a
already
judicial matter,
winning.
because that's why we're here at this point.
Agreed.
We are discussing the logic behind it. So that's not to say I'm going to change anything.
He already
by the way.
has this entire document.
What needs
This
to be
is
understood
turning into
here
a law.
is there is a power based on authorities, right? If two of these authorities are to want something to change,
If he already sees it,
and it's within,
then
the
we don't need to say
constitutional
more.
rights, it can happen. So
It makes you look worse.
if you want to
You nod.
come to an actual
You let the
agreement
other party
between
put
the
their foot in their
authorities,
mouth.
not between one authority on this situation, because I believe there should be a due process to some extent. That would be the best goal, well, the best outcome, I believe, for the situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, we tried to do that, and she said
I'm
the
not talking to
decision
you.
still.
You're currently
I
not
thought
an
you were.
authority.
Okay.
All right.
With
Sorry,
that being
but
said,
yes.
With that being said, since we did, I'm going to be reversing the removal of Pred until a proper hearing is done.
Okay.
I believe that's a good outcome if the other two are in agreement.
Oh, we already agreed 2
The
days
other
ago.
two was in the legislative authorities.
Yeah, they already agreed as the two authorities versus the DOJ. Whenever
Do you just come around purely to make your own decisions that go against anything? the
Yes,
rest
I
of the Department
believe both
Justice
of
says?
you. If you have, maybe you two justices should go outside and discuss it properly, because you both need to have the vote, or the outcome of what you believe should happen. I believe. Go and have a
Does
discussion.
anyone have a gun?
I'm not
Excuse
allowed
me?
to have one.
Okay,
What?
I'll handle
That's a joke. That's a joke.
Well, I don't know, because last time I heard that, people went to jail.
Well, I don't understand what just happened. He made a. Are justices not independent entities capable of their own thoughts, and they are a hive mind? Because I'm confused by what I just saw. Are they a
Well,
collective, or?
If there's two people and it's a legal proceeding, then both those would be of equal authority, so they should come to a conclusion with each other.
Oh, I get you.
So, Mr. Mayor and ex-mayor,
I prefer ex-warlord.
Yeah.
Ex-warlord.
Thanks.
What other issues do you guys have with proceedings in terms of having things roll? Do you believe if the contesting phase is outlined and done properly with the authorities passing in certain areas, do you think that would help expedite some of the issues in which we have been facing?
It would be
You want to
good.
go first, Nino?
The main issue isn't so much the 72-hour contest. It's that the transparently we have to beg and plead for them to put it into the contest period.
This is true.
Right. So and that's why his repeal never went through, and a lot of our shit sat around for 3 weeks, because we have to email them, we got to hunt them down, and then we hear a maybe want to meet in person. So in a way, it self filibusters.
Yes, I believe if it's going to go to contest phase anyway, it should just be immediately posted on the government website, so we can just go straight into contest phase, and they have 72 hours like everybody else to contest it. Instead of whatever multiple week thesis they need to have on something like that, I guess. Do you think that would be a logical solution? If there's
I believe
72 hours stepping between the creations, though we'd have to look at a system in which you, as mayors, would be able to post your authority requests.
So
good,
what
makes
we
sense.
do,
We can.
and this might assist, is anytime my office, and I presume Pred would follow suit. When we put something up, I put a state announcement in the morning, midday, and then in the evening, so that the city is aware that legislation has been posted up to give them a heads up.
Yes.
If we have discussed with Hallow, myself and Pred both had a conversation with him, where if there was a way that everybody in the city actually could pull out an MDT of some sort, and they could see a special tagged in progress, right? Like, so that anyone in the city did not have to go down to the forum, but rather they could look at it, scrutinize it, ask us questions, and be a part of the conversation rather than just wait for the outcome.
Why is there not a legislation section and then under it contestable legislation or something? Is that
We
being
ask for that.
requested?
Yeah, we asked for
Yes.
that I asked for that extremely early on as soon as I walked in office, and I know Nino did even before then.
Yeah. We're
I
told
feel
that
like that
they
is probably
can't.
something we could, well, yes, who this, I feel like that is something that can be added that would help streamline this this issue, though. We might need to also look at having this system interact or being usable in other areas, not just the courtrooms.
Well, so there's my guy in Simone Industries recently hooked up the MDT to a new system to allow for helicopter trainers to be able to do certain things, and that same system may actually be applicable here.
Sure. Yes. Well, I mean, I'm no genius, but I believe adding a column into a database like this should not be very difficult.
It goes
Right.
way over my head, but it sounds about right.
Okay. Well, I mean, I believe everything makes sense. As long as this process is somewhat more streamlined, I feel a lot of the issues should be alleviated. At least, we'll wait and see what they say before anything happens. So
my situation's a little bit different because I get stonewalled by two entities, the BCSO and the DOJ, on everything I do. They make it. I've been mayor for 6 weeks, and I haven't been able to do my job for more than like 2 days because someone's always, either trying to throw me in prison or pressing charges against me, getting my powers removed, or skipping due process to find me guilty without utilizing court, and then ignoring my legislation for a month. So I don't really know.
has anybody ever told you, like maybe
What's
a
that?
mother, that perhaps being an irritable asshole is your undoing sometimes?
I don't even talk to him.
Well,
oh, maybe that's what it is then.
There are two things that come up. One is, as it was explained to us originally, and I know we're coming to resolution to it, but if what comes out of this is an impeachment, civil suit, et cetera, the conclusion and the discussion to what happened to Pred, there is no record of anything that transpired. So even if they do not go through with an impeachment, hypothetically, there is no recourse for civil action or anything, as there is nothing to FOIA. As it's been described to me, it was in back channels. And so...
yes, well, that is all well and good, but at the end of the day, they did just say in front of us everything in which happened, so I'm sure there might be a witness or two.
Well, that's part of the concern there, Governor, is that what was said to you right here was a different story than what we heard Tuesday. And while you are right that we could call someone up to testify, how do we know if they're even the right person to bring up, right? Like, there could have been 6 judges involved. There could have been 2. How do we know who to bring up? It would be
sure. I believe there could be some sort of FOIA process even for that. If there's a reality in which some sort of case would happen, I don't even necessarily think you would be suing the judges, correct? It would be the state or the county itself. I guess the state would be paying for it.
Yeah.
Is there more than civil? Is there an implication of impeachable sightings, or is
We
it,
have 8 impeachment documents
Tons.
waiting to fire out. So and we didn't want to do it, but in the quote of heart, when I said I don't think this is going to be good because last thing I want is each one of the judges involved have to deal with the headache of impeachments. She said you should do it anyways. So we currently have about 50 pages, 8 impeachments ready to hit the docket.
Sure. Well, you know, if they come out, I'm not sure what the process is exactly. Again, how does the impeachment work? Does the DOJ have to okay the impeachment?
Yes, along with the audits that are still waiting on them to be posted 3 weeks later.
Okay. Well, I believe it would make sense either way, as long as there is some sort of fact to be disputed that those proceedings would go forward. Okay, well, either way, I mean, we'll see where this goes, and afterwards we will go from there. I'm sure there's other ways around if there's issues in which certain legislations don't fill the gaps. You could always have some of your own as well. There's always possibilities for change within the governments if people are willing to vote on it. So there's always a way. Either way is what I'm saying.
2 other questions I got for you. What if we wanted to push a statewide referendum to legislation outside of 2 mayors? Let's say even Dr. Naya wanted to push a referendum for statewide legislation. Is your interpretation of the Constitution that we could do something along those lines? In other words, give a document, this is something we're pushing forward, we'd like to bring it to vote.
There's nothing stopping you from doing a current statewide one, since you have the 2 mayors in which can pass legislation, unless, of course, it is against the Constitution, in which obviously it would be contested. It's dependent on the law itself, I guess, in what you're trying to pass, I believe.
Well, hypothetically, let's say, so I'll just tell you what we're looking to do. We're currently working on legislation in regards to things revolving around the DOJ. And that is something we want to push via referendum so that everyone in the city votes, specifically by which, elected judges can get promoted and potential elections or assignments of justices.
You must remember that they only have judicial matter authority. So if you are to, well, if 3 of you are to agree on something and push it forward, then more than likely that unless it was contested and went against the Constitution or something, then it would likely just happen. You have the authority to do whatever you want based on the Constitution. It doesn't need to be a legislative piece that is written specifically. It could be a vote or whatever you want, essentially.
Okay.
That's great. There's a lot of cronyism going on.
Yeah.
What ism?
Cronyism, like cronies.
Oh, right. Yes. Yeah, I'm human.
Yeah, you are.
Have you guys been down to the airport lately?
Yeah.
No.
I'm not allowed on planes.
Haven't seen any weird flying objects down there of a nighttime, have you? Circles, very small, shiny.
Oh, that's probably Nick.
There was a gang shooting there like 2 hours ago.
Okay, yes, no, okay, just making sure.
Okay.
There was one other question.
Did the circles do the gang shooting?
No, the besties
What
did, and
circles?
everyone else.
Oh, okay.
I need to order some tanks.
Pertaining to the contest, right? I think we all agreed here that things should immediately go into contest. That's something we want to do after the current process goes into place. That'd be a second voted in change, Am I understanding that correctly?
Well, if you are to have the majority, and then I believe, yes, it should just be able to be passed. Like I've said
Okay.
before as well, I believe if there is something that doesn't go against the Constitution or, the law itself, then yes, I believe anything should be able to go
Okay.
through if...
Beautiful.
Well, in saying that, you've got to remember, you're the authority of Los Santos. So if you're to do something that is larger than Los Santos and other counties, you must have the majority authority for it to pass. So naturally, at that point, you would want 3 signatures, if possible, on that. When you pass it, then it would likely be able to be a statewide issuance.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does. It does. Absolutely. And how does that play into effect with state legislation amendments? So let's say Pred, if reinstated, him and I made some alterations to the state legislation. We both signed it. Would it inherently be updated? Or would it...
Which state legislation specifically?
Well, so we were talking about, like, just like 15 minutes ago, we were talking about altering the procedure for passing legislation shit, the thing we were working on last week.
FOIA legislation as well,
Yes,
and a
yes.
border.
Well, we were talking about like how currently when we post something on City Hall, we have to wait for the DOJ to put it into the next stage. We said it would be better that once we put it up, that 72-hour window starts immediately, and that includes the time period by which the DOJ signs off on whether or not it's constitutional. What I'm asking is that alteration that we discussed, do we want it on this version that we're sending out now, or do we want that on the next copy?
I don't see why it wouldn't be now already. We
Okay.
already
We can do that.
writing
that.
something about the process.
Yeah, so I don't know what exactly limits that at the moment. Can you re-explain what you're saying? More based on the initial process.
Yeah,
itself.
well, the document, we already reviewed that document, right? The one that from the other day, and the only edit was turning 50% into majority. We just got discussing in the circle is that the 72-hour contest phase should start as soon as the legislation's posted on the docket, instead of waiting for the DOJ to assert constitutionality. That particular change
would be fine if there is proofs of the justices being informed, as well as judges, if possible, to make sure they are alert that it is happening and it can be thoroughly read.
Good job.
Okay, so that particular change, I'm kind of asking the room, should I put that change in right now, or should we wait until this current version gets implemented first?
I just say we put it right now. I don't see why not put it right now.
Okay.
I would wait till the justices come back in and let them speak on it.
Well, they'll have to look at it either way, so
Yeah.
yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Well, it's also something that, they should have an opinion on as well. I'm not sure if there's some other things that they go through on a process that might need more time or something like that, but I don't, well, considering I guess you could post a multi-page document, then in that case, maybe it needs to be extended. But I believe if it's one piece of legislation, then that should have the 3 days from the beginning. But if you're to post 2 or 3 at once, then maybe they would have 9 days, so to speak, if it's all around the same time, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
As long as it's fairly done and it gives them room to read it, discuss it, and have it processed, because we don't want you writing 73 legislations and dumping them all one day so they have no chance to dispute it, if that makes sense.
That does make sense.
Damn.
It's almost like I could smell it on you. The filth.
You should see my legislation on the monarchy.
So
monarchy of the trailer park.
So we have another thing I want to bring up. Currently, the justices and the judges do not have access to marshal reports. As a consequence of this, the assertion that I made to both Hollow and Hart were, how do they inherently, in a courtroom, know whether or not there is or is not exculpatory evidence pertaining to the case that they're overseeing? Or how do they know whether or not the existence or non-existence for any requested documents exist? The response I got from Hart and Hollow were that the marshals do not work for them, despite what is written in the Constitution.
Yeah, that's bullshit. When I was a marshal, we were told that the justices are our kind of handlers. Like, they have, like, oversight. It wasn't just Angel. Like, Angel was directly in charge, but the justices were supposed to have oversight over us as well, because you had Justice Bailey at the time, who was overseeing the Department of Corrections, and, like, if there was any issues with the marshals, he was overseeing all of it. And then after he left or was kicked out,
absolutely. And
I guess
so
they changed it.
The consequence of this, for like my particular example, or even in Pred's court case, is when I issue a FOIA from law enforcement, the judges and justices need to find a marshal and then have them, under their best authority, export out information. But there is no mechanism by which they can check the veracity of whether or not it was all provided.
Yes. Well, I don't know all the legislative pieces, so I'm not sure entirely in what has happened there. But if there is issues even with this, the way you currently push forward legislation, can you not also look for a review in the same way? What's stopping you from pushing a review
we did
in that process?
So about 4 weeks ago, and Arcadia can attest to this, I did post a review, and it's now been 3.5 weeks, and we're still trying to get the documentation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So 3.5 weeks just for the review to come through, or do you mean
no? The review
you've
came.
tried to
Well, Arcadia, you could probably speak on this.
Yeah, I have no problem with that. What Nino was saying is accurate. I've reached out to the marshals several times. I was able to get a handful of documents from what I'm able to see on my own MDT from PD and a few of the marshal reports, but apparently that there is a bigger list that I don't have access to. I have asked for from Daisy Dukakis, the field director, as well as the person who apparently has compiled the most documents, Marshall Sparks, and they have said that they're going to get them to me or get me something, but it's been weeks.
Yeah.
So the FOIA Act, I believe, is what this was based off. Correct? Is that
correct?
Pulling, and does it say in any way that they would be protected in that or their own legislative pieces by chance?
Negative.
There's exemptions to FOIA, but I don't think they ever provided those exemptions.
And well, at least they need to say that why there's an exemption if there's an ongoing investigation, which I think has been said at a time. But they said that there's other reports that they can give, and there just hasn't been anything.
It's a police cop out. I've seen it a million times.
Is the exemption inside their legislation? You say is that in the marshals' legislation?
I believe it's in the FOIA.
Yeah, it's in the FOIA legislation.
Also,
Do you have an ID on that by chance?
9153.
Note that the version you want to be looking at is the older version, which is when I sent it. The version that is currently in there was produced a day afterwards, after I was quote unquote abusing the FOIA process.
Yeah, they, conveniently, legislation was altered at many points in the process to the benefit of the justices.
Yeah.
8 hours before I got in office.
But wait, let's give credit. They did still recognize that Nino was correct in putting this FOIA forward at the time, and they are still justifying it. They're still doing well on our end.
Pred was witness here when the director said she changed it because I was abusing it.
Yeah.
Well, I
Verbatim.
believe that too is a part of what will be changing, as I'm sure the justices will understand that they cannot change legislation unless it is after a judicial matter. Otherwise, it shall go through the same process of contesting for 3 days.
That's what we
So-
told her, but she screamed at us.
Well, again, the interpretation of the legislation was actually written in a way that would imply they are supreme overlords to legislation and it being passed immediately. So I don't know the ins and outs of the timelines and all that, but it is still apparently written. So there is an issue either way based on that. So
Wait,
there's a
what,
question,
W?
of course, if that was right or wrong, but I think it's a discussion that is sort of being alleviated either way with the new procedures that would be set forth if we come to agreement. That
Agreed.
should no longer be an issue, but in saying that, that isn't to say that they haven't violated the Constitution if there is other parts of the Constitution, people's rights, privacy, or whatever has been abused due to a legislative piece. So I'm not saying
Wait,
if
what?
you, like you said, had impeachable documents, not to do them, but yes, there's obviously other avenues, but I don't think this is necessarily improper for them to have done it, if that is the case.
We'll be back in a moment.
Yep.
Well, when I say improper, technically not against the legislation.
Absolutely.
Maybe improper to the Constitution.
Can I ask
So,
you a never mind.
I'm looking at this. Where in this does it say? Have they removed it in the current one, or
which part?
About someone being exempt from the
Under the review protocol, tells you what kind of reports are exempt.
Well, yes, I see. Though the classifications of some of these might be very questionable. What is an internal government communication? It's not any communication between two
email.
government entities internal.
Yeah.
If
Well,
it doesn't leave the localized space.
I can give you
where is that crossed?
So the explanation. So this originally was written in conjunction by Crane and Bailey. The internal communications, as they had defined it at the time, though not defined in here, includes government email exchanges, people's profiles, anything in the MDT is all considered tags. They're all considered
Of
internal.
course. Well, it makes sense, but I question it in a way that maybe it could be emphasized as well. So in this, where exactly does it give the state marshals the ability to not be FOIA'd? I'm not sure what
They can
what
be.
I missed.
They're failing to produce it.
Oh.
And the production, like the validity of the production, is not something that any judge or justice can oversee, given that they cannot see them visibly.
Yeah, they could
Sure.
have 10 reports.
But
give
we
over
know they
5
exist
and then...
because I've written a bunch of them myself when I was a marshal.
That is correct.
Yes. Either way, the legislation, I mean, it says that no citizen should have information withheld from them in criminal proceedings that could be used against them. And it says if the officer acknowledges receipt of your request within 24 hours of formal receipt. So where is the issue? If the officer's not responding? Because if so, that
Correct.
would be an issue upon them, and they should be liable if they are not responding within that time period.
Yep.
Or at least requesting a longer period if need be, because obviously sometimes they might need an extension if there's a lot of information to go through.
Agreed. I believe the original answer I got there, Governor, was there was no reports, and then that was what was hinging on it, and then I had to come back with a legal threat because I knew Pred had written some for me, after which now all of a sudden they found them, but they still haven't been produced after 3 weeks, and there's no way for a judge or justice to know or prove or any mechanism by which we can take a next step. Because how do you prove the non-existence of something? But like, how does a judge oversee the non-existence of something they have no access to?
Well, it also says that it shouldn't be used against them in criminal proceedings. So if it isn't used, do they need to hand it over?
Yes. As it could be something as simple as you're a victim of a crime.
Never mind. It says could be used against them, not would be. So I guess it means at all. If it could be at any point, which means any piece of evidence. So I guess that does make sense.
Yeah. And given Pred's case, technically anything can be used against you in a pattern, even if it was 9 months ago or outside the statute.
Well, yes, like I've said with other things, I mean, there's obviously issues that could be questioned in a lot of these, and hopefully, with this process. So again, with the reviews and whatnot, what did you say was there? They could essentially deny a review. Is that what you're saying?
They deny a review through inaction. So Grayson, Arcadia Grayson was just actually originally one of the judges got the review documents. About a week later, it got moved to Arcadia because he had some issues. And she is now pending on receipt of these FOIAs for about 3 weeks now. So,
yes.
So it's inaction. Post-review, they're not producing it.
And what is stopping you from taking the next step? And
that's a great question, there, Governor. Well,
is the impeachment a part of the 50-page document?
It was. It's in the impeachment documents and the audit, both of which are still waiting on the DOJ.
Hold on the conversations, considering there's a million judges here.
Yeah. Well, yes.
Not when we get done with them.
Well, that's the other thing.
More so that they might be residing over some of the situations.
Well, that brings the other thing there, Governor, is most of the conversation that about today, the question is who is not. If these conversations took place in back channels, who isn't conflicted?
Well, it depends on the circumstance, I believe, and that's why I brought up that if they had a discussion on things between themselves in which they were debating the law on a person that wasn't there to be prosecuted, they should have been a part of the due process. But I think them talking together is a procedure that will likely happen often, as you too would talk with individuals as well. The problem being, as long as it's done in a way that doesn't alter laws that clearly need some sort of discussion, then I don't think the line is crossed. But obviously, that might have been an issue before, and it has happened before. So hopefully there's an understanding, at least with that. How did we go? Are you feeling okay?
Fine.
Hello.
Yes. Just as I expected.
So we had. What the fuck does that mean?
What?
Oh, you said you were fine.
We're gonna argue that on the docket.
So we
Doesn't
had a
matter.
conversation. It was actually pretty fucking heated. After calming down a little bit, we came to, in quotes, an internal vote to give our DOJ vote.
In saying that, knowing this, just so you understand, when it comes to situations like this, in which would be a matter that could be contested and would be passed on to a neutral entity to review, depending on the circumstances, the weighing of something when it comes to case law, judges would likely be better educated and might have a better weighing with certain situations. So you both, if you have an opinion that is pretty steady on this situation and would like to explain it yourself, I am fine with doing that. Instead of it being a quote-unquote vote or whatever, that too is fine, just so at least we can have the conversation and get both points of view
Okay.
within it.
So you want to go first, Hart? Age before beauty and all that.
I mean, I've expressed most of mine. There is a concern at this point regarding the fact that Pred's charge was to do with misusing county funds. That reinstating his access and position as mayor might lead to a further misuse of it. I don't know all of the details. Can you
define misuse?
Hold on, please. The lady is talking. Animal.
Thank you. Sir. I don't know all of the details of the case. When I say misuse, to be clear here, that is merely violating a court order in which you were ordered not to use it. I don't know what it was for.
Doesn't mean I misused it. It just means
Did I tell you to be quiet, sir?
Sorry.
I believe that. I believe that is misused, but I'm stating here that I do not know whether it was for a legitimate purpose or an illegitimate one.
That's totally fine and understandable. Questioning things is a very good thing to do, but that is also why the due process in that circumstance would be valuable as well. Did you have a point too, sir?
Yeah. So my opinion was similar, but a different outcome. It was more so to, instead of like just continuing with what we did, basically, is to keep the same stance of we don't agree with what he did, and we do believe he violated legislation. However, we give him his keys back, suspend him from using county funds, same as before, while he faces an impeachment trial.
And
so he would be the mayor.
Yeah, you still have to do that officially.
Besides his treasurer.
Is there the possibility in which you could confirm a sort of date in which a trial would happen?
Impeachments usually happen within 72 hours.
Could probably be pretty.
The trial itself?
Yeah, the trial. We usually try to get those and audits done like as soon as possible.
I would personally have thrown my vote towards.
Okay, where the fuck is my audits
until the
then?
trial, but I
Hollow.
think we all agree that should occur. And I'm happy to be outvoted. That is not an issue.
Can we make the judges leave the room so we can have a discussion about this? Because I don't understand how this is still your opinion despite all the facts that I presented to you. It's kind of like, I just feel like at this point you're just wasting my time like you've been wasting my fucking term.
Hold on.
It's fine.
I still want you to get the chance
Let's
to defend yourself.
You didn't want me to get the chance when you removed my keys. You didn't want me to get the chance when you told me I wasn't awarded due process. You didn't want me to get a chance when you didn't let me speak and didn't let me give you my information.
We're going to get nowhere if we argue here instead of in a courtroom. It's going to go nowhere. Mr. Mayor and Miss Medical Authority, what do you believe would be a good result for the situation in which we're in?
You know what, Dr. Nye, you go first.
I agree that I think his keys should be returned and he should have had due process of an impeachment trial.
Yeah.
I think that's how it should have been done to begin with. So that's how I think.
And you, Mr. Mayor?
Impeachment is everyone's right. That his keys should come back. If you want to do impeachment, you absolutely should. Discussion of whether or not his funds should be blocked, I think, is something that needs to be decided by a higher court at this point, because I think there's no more impartiality on that decision, and that would be needed to be done via a writ, not via a part of impeachment. That would need to be a request as a part of the impeachment proceeding in which the request is made. So impeachment, sure. Everything else, that should come through the normal due process. So if you guys want to do that, you can,
higher courts than us? The governor
should be.
Yeah, of course.
There is the possibilities of something being distinguished, sure.
Yeah.
But I would prefer for there to be a conversation in which I can understand the facts in which you perceive them, and then come to a conclusion if be so. I still see a lot of issues with other possible impeachments. For instance, if somebody was to file an impeachment on you two at the moment, would you be expected to immediately stand down?
As far as my understanding, no.
Well, why is it you would perceive others to be removed immediately if they're an
Because
authority? By the way,
Blaine County legislation states that.
it does not say immediate, actually.
That's fair, but as we stated, we considered it to be our responsibility to interpret the law as well, and considered remove to be immediate. Once
What
again,
courts
I'm
for-
happy to. I'm happy to take this to an impeachment hearing instead.
Mr. Chavez.
Sure. Well,
Yep.
I believe there is, like I said, total understanding on
Are
both
we not
sides.
going with the angle that it completely
While
does
there is
not
a
apply
reading
to the
in which
mayor
way it
based
can be
on
interpreted
4
like that,
separate
I
factors?
totally understand, and
No,
I
hold tight.
believe that isn't
That's an argument in the impeachment
unjustified
document.
to think in that way.
Okay.
But like I've said, I think the judicial proceeding, and I believe all of us can at least agree that a court case or some sort of case or hearing would be the most logical outcome for
Absolutely.
something like this.
Yes, you have
Unless,
no
of
arguments
course,
there.
we could confirm that it was against the Constitution. For instance, if he was, taking bombs into buildings or something that had severely crossed the
Haven't done
constitutional
that for a
lines
long
themselves.
time.
Sure.
So proud.
In saying
I'm
that,
so proud as well.
I don't know the intricacies or the ins and outs of the case in itself, in you embezzling funds or whatever had been there, how it was thrown, how it was questioned. But I believe a suspension is fine. Not for me in not knowing what has happened. So if the judicial team is fine with the suspension until the hearing, I believe that would be best, rather than looking at just allowing him to do mayor jobs without the keys or the money or whatever. I believe it's just creating a bigger issue than it needs to be, as long as this can be done within a period that is relatively fast. So the question is, how do we come to a conclusion in a situation like this? We have legislation that is interpreted one way, and if we are to read it, how it is interpreted and only enforce that law, which has happened, for him to be removed. But we have other laws and constitutions that could also dirty that said legislation, as well as the documentation in which he had forwarded on the government website, which clearly also should have been passed. There's a lot of little things that make the discussion need to be more than just did he cross the threshold?
Yeah.
Because I believe there's the question, is that piece of legislation fit to be enforced? And was it fit to be enforced at that point?
It's almost like an audit
As well as
well.
the interpretations. So
Mhm.
I'm not sure how we can do it.
Well, that's
Difficult
kind of
ones.
why.
We might have to audit first, but I'm assuming that would take longer, and we don't want Pred to be suspended any longer than necessary.
Well, it's
What would
not
the
an
audit
audit though;
be
it's a
exactly?
repeal.
So what this would be, in
He
my
also was
opinion,
not
is
found
one,
guilty of
is the
embezzlement.
legislative piece legitimate? Should it be there, and should it have been enforced? That's not to say you enforcing it was incorrect, or whoever had enforced it was incorrect, as it is there. But the question is, should it be there, and should it have been removed beforehand? I don't understand how we can argue something like this without some sort of vote or a group of neutrality, rather than, I guess, groups, segmented groups voting on it. Because I myself am
all
not
very biased
intertwined.
in this.
Well, that's totally understandable.
Sure.
But
Mhm.
in saying
Where-
that,
that's why
I don't
there's
know who
votes.
to open the door to make sure this would be a neutral environment in which it would be handled. So the question
What about
is
the
really
Senate? Oh, that's a terrible example. I'm so sorry.
that
Well,
the other state people are very busy and likely
Of
would never
course.
want to come to this giant
So-
gaping butthole.
Yeah.
Oh God! All right. I miss Mike.
I'm not sure if there's a logic. Obviously, a lot of us here would also be tainted within what we've discussed and what has happened. So,
Well, so let me I want to propose something. So there's the discussion about impeachment, and that's proper due process. I think we have established that. Everything that comes alongside it, be it suspensions or limitations or whatever it may be, why even discuss those in advance of the impeachment documents being presented and a argument for those suspensions, limitations being presented, and an ability to create a defense for it. So if, let's say, the impeachment goes through and a separate writ of probation is made, well, then Pred's defense team can then provide a counter argument. And if that counter argument is met, such as, hey, this legislation's not even valid anymore, or whatever the arguments may be, then that entire thing gets thrown out regardless, right?
Yes, well, that is one of the questions in which I would raise. Is that legislation valid? And the fallback would be the Constitution itself, which is the almighty law in which we are here. While there is questions on if this man committed felonies and the other things, is somewhat irrelevant to some of the points that could, in fact, cancel out what had happened in this situation. So
yes,
I beat out all my charges.
Sure. Except for the, what was it?
Violating a court order. All right, I won't tell you what it is in case you're presiding, but I violated a court order.
I already understand. Yes, well, the point is you did commit a crime. There's also the questions, what is good standing? Obviously, I believe, too, that a felonious act would say that you are not within good standing of the law. But there is also a lot of questions as well, the removal process, whatever. But I think the key point is, or one of the key points would be, do we consider that this piece of legislation should still be enacted, considering the documentation that was forwarded 2 months ago by the authority in which he has power over?
I would argue no. As written in the writ, I can read out my explanation.
I'm more asking the justices on how they believe it before.
Okay.
This poor man falls. Did you get beaten out there, sir?
I swear he didn't, although it was tempting at first.
The stairs.
Let me bring it up.
It's fine.
No, the cane. Sorry.
Can you repeat the question one more time? Sorry.
Well, I'm curious. Considering he pushed a legislative piece to have that voided months ago, and it wasn't passed through, but
it was
would
passed.
You perceive that it should have been passed through? Do you think that that legislation should be in existence or not in existence? Have you discussed that at all, or was that even a discussion with the justices or other judges at any point?
1 second.
What?
You well, yes, you can discuss it with your friends. That's probably good to take the judges, teach them something.
Is a strong word.
Oh, associate.
Yeah, let him make a decision first.
I don't even like you.
I do wonder that if we, in this case, he get impeached and we go with his suspension, does that set a precedent that every time somebody has an impeachment trial, do they always get suspended?
So for me, the suspension wouldn't exactly be based on the impeachment itself. Considering it's still not technically anything filed as an impeachment, it's just a hearing more so than an impeachment, I guess. Although they do have similar outlinings, the suspension for me, and what I would be okay with, would be based on the fact that there were criminal proceedings in which he had, and I don't have an understanding of the severity of all that. And considering we could have this resolved in a few days, I feel like it would be the safest and logical outcome to get a resolution if possible. Again, yes, that is one of the issues, though, and those precedents need to be set. And that's the issue I find with this legislation, is that something was argued and debated as law, which, in my opinion, again, would be some sort of like legal or judicial matter, which should have involved other parties and gone through the same due process, which it didn't.
Yeah.
So there's an issue that I think needs to be addressed in all, that anything that is changed or questionable should
that's
have
what I'm
some
wondering
sort
too.
of law or document written up afterwards, so that there isn't a misunderstanding next time, or there's a better understanding
didn't Ventura
precedents. And the reality is, I believe this would be setting precedents, and that's why it should be a judicial system that would be prosecuting him or having a hearing, I should say.
One thing, just for sake of clarity, there, Governor. The pushing to the next step isn't so much the claim being made. The claim is that it's already been repealed.
What has been repealed? Do you mean the legislation or?
Correct. Yep. It was repealed on November 9th. It's not that it was waiting on anything.
Oh, so it has actually.
Yes.
Could you send me the
Yep, it's in your email box.
There's
So you're
two
saying
documents.
Statement of
it
fact
was
number 3.
repealed and confirmed and accepted entirely.
Correct. Take a look at statement of fact number 3.
Is it possible you could send me that without any of the other documents, just so I don't get tainted by something that might be discussed later?
Yep. Absolutely.
I'm assuming this was like a government post legislative piece, correct? That's the procedure it went through.
Okay. I gave you a photo of it just so the formatting's there. Correct. As per legislation, well, actually, you could read it right there.
I see. So if this is the case, that in itself would imply that the legislative piece was not properly enacted either way.
Yeah.
If it had passed the contest phase and it was not contested, that legislative piece is now legislation.
This is a repeal, right? So it would
Correct.
be, it should not exist, and therefore there is no foundation for an
It is
impeachment.
removed. Yes. I'll try to verify this. I believe you did say it was this process is through the government organization. Yes,
That is correct. You'll find it
so
on City
it
Hall.
would be documented.
Correct. It's on City Hall. Yep.
It's in both. I posted it on both things, the Blaine County one, the official Blaine County one, and on City Hall.
Okay, just give me one moment. I'm going to look at my phone for a second.
You're just here for tea.
Sorry about that. Thank you for your patience.
No problem. I'm just browsing something momentarily.
Justice Hollow, are you okay? Are you hungry or thirsty?
Oh, I'm fine. I do have to leave soon,
I yelled
though.
at him again.
Yeah, I do have to dip out of here soon. I got plans out of the city I got to deal with.
Wants a 30-minute monologue or something.
Would you like me to read you something, Mr. Hollow?
Read me something?
Yeah.
What? No.
For like 30 minutes?
No, not after the court case. I don't want you to read me anything.
Yes, sir.
That's my guy.
Aw, thanks, Pred.
Yeah, okay, he wasn't
You
talking
and
about your
Tony.
own.
Yeah, I was
Oh,
talking
okay, he
about
was
Tony.
talking.
I was
Oh,
talking
never
about
mind.
both of you.
Just go fuck
That's
myself.
my
It's
hey,
fine.
that's my guys.
guy, hello. There you go.
You know what?
Thanks.
That's my justice right there. No, thank you. Okay.
Which is the
Can't wait to see you on a while.
Actually, never mind. I'll look.
So I know a lot of you guys keep saying interrupt
I
here,
just want to clarify.
interrupt there, say this,
for,
say
like,
that.
What's
The
it called
reason
again?
I'm
This
not-
isn't the authority conduct review. It's the impeachment process, right?
Yes, the process we plan to proceed with.
is
So
because when someone
impeachments
is
get filed
already
against
cooking
you, are
in
you
your
gonna be,
direction,
you know,
you
not able
don't
to do
push
your
it
job as
further
well then?
because
Oh my God, Pred, this
you
was already
raised.
asked.
Yes.
I just want to
the governor did
re-clarify
ask
because
that.
it
Governor
changed
already
twice.
asked this.
You're
No,
actually not doing yourself
considering
justice.
your
You
removal
want them to
was
cook in
because
the
of a
direction.
very
You don't want
specific
to
piece of legislation that
potentially
relates to your
say
case.
something that throws
However,
us.
that is what we're discussing
Yeah.
here, obviously.
And what's coming out of this, and I know even some of the guys in the back have
Can
been
you
telling
just
me.
let me do my fucking job already?
That's what we're working on, sir.
Is this not exhausting for you?
Yes, I won't lie, but I still want to just do my due diligence.
Do you want the real answer?
The real answer is yes. I think we can both agree to that. But we are
Okay,
but we
so
are trying to get done.
out of curiosity, how did the discussion go? I almost forgot what we were talking about.
Oh, hello.
Well,
I got yelled
let's
at
get to
again.
this point. Mr. What's your name, Mr. Los Santos? Man.
Nino.
Oh, Nino. Where is this? I'm trying to find it on the government website. Was it filed with other documents or was it by itself? I'm just trying to locate the.
It should be by
one.
itself. It's in City Hall.
Yeah, I got 6 things in there. 6 things under City Hall.
You'll
And
see
the name of this one.
Says
the
repeal
Repeal members of the
Blaine
County
County.
Mayor's Office.
Sure. Yes. Well, I see. What would invalidate that document, justices? Would you have any disagreements with the document itself that is repealed?
Well, so the only issue that, well, the one that we talked about in the corner was that when this was put up, this was during the time where it had the original, like, you know, it put it up, goes into contest phase for 3 days, blah, blah, blah. And now I believe the notion is that mayors should just be able to put up and take down as they need or want, right?
Well,
that was always
even
the
if
case.
it did go through the 3-day contestation phase,
it would be put in. It'd probably put it. It'd be repeal. Well, the issue is, so that's the part that I'm confused about is that, which Hart, I don't know if you can answer this because I genuinely don't know. This is before I came back, but
For which one?
like how the SADS document came in and things were being put on hold. The reasons Nino's went through and Pred's didn't was because it was when I came around and started doing things, he started getting active. And I went through and I was trying to have a meeting with Pred and it just never, we never got the chance to meet to talk about his legislation.
Sure. Well,
might have been a miscommunication thing. From my,
either way.
it was, of course, I was under the impression that we were waiting for finding out definitively what the process would be in case it would be incorrect. But
yes. And I get that, but at
my
the
error.
same time, we too enforced legislations that were also in the questionable filing. So I'm not sure that is well, I wouldn't justify it myself, but I can also understand that could have been possible. But at the same time, I believe the document in which I issued said, how long was it? A week? 3 days? I can't remember, but or a few weeks maybe.
3 weeks.
it
3
was
weeks
suggested-
ago.
No,
Well,
how
4
long
now.
did I allocate a time to change things?
Yes.
Change things.
Yes, the legislation when I passed on the letter from the state. Was there a time frame given for something like that?
Let me see.
It was a subjective statement, I believe.
Well, in saying that, even with what we have talked about today, what would invalidate what is currently on the government website as being the correct legislative piece? What part of the protocol has it not completed in either circumstance, either before the legislation or the current legislation?
I mean, again, Hart can correct me, but after looking at the last repeal that Pred tried doing, it looks like there really is nothing. It just says, hey, we acknowledge this and it'll go into 3-day contest phase. So technically speaking, it should have been repealed like 3 days after it got posted. Even if things were put on hold because there's nothing for us to check. He's just removing a legislation.
Yep.
Sure. So it appears, well, at least from my understanding, that legislative piece just shouldn't exist, and there was some form of miscommunication or something not being processed in which it should have been processed. Is that maybe accurate?
Is that
Oh,
right,
we've
Hart?
done
Or is there...
we've done contest phases for repeals. That's
They've been targeting me the whole time I'm in office, sir.
I'm talking about the specific repeal in which repeals this this article in which the man had his mayorship removed.
We do the same process that we do in regards to enacting legislation, where although we skip the constitutionality check since removing something is inherently not unconstitutional, we do allow for the 3-day contest phase, and it was never entered into that, so it never passed because we were.
Let me have a look here.
I'm gonna counter that entirely.
Let me just look over something real quick. Which you're talking about the one that hasn't had a response in 2 months, correct?
Yes.
And is it normal to not respond at all on the document to let people know what's happening in that
That is
circumstance?
abnormal. But as I stated, that was due to concerns regarding the SAG document, and we knew that there would be significant changes regarding how the process for legislation being enacted would be, and unfortunately, the meetings regarding that kept getting pushed back.
So
yes. Part of that was my doing, but again,
that's
I'm
completely okay. It just unfortunately it dragged on longer than I think any of us thought.
So
right.
I'd like to provide a counter to that. During that same time period, Los Santos County legislation did pass, did get.
I believe that was
forward.
more recent, as Hallow stated once he came back, because for a while there it was only myself.
2 weeks ago.
I want to ask you a question.
Yes.
Everybody in the room.
Yeah.
When something says Blaine County shall have legislative authority over its jurisdiction and be responsible for the government's public services and local laws that pertain to the residents and operations within Blaine County, the Blaine County mayor is responsible for the governance of the county's laws, and the Blaine County Sheriff's Office is responsible for the county's public services. The sheriff shall be appointed by the Blaine County mayor. So when it says the Blaine County mayor is responsible for the governance of the county's laws, if this is a county's law and I am reading the Constitution and he has written that law and it is written for everybody to see, why is it what is documented inside this MDT is considered to be the law over the Constitution, what it states, and what is written there in a public forum?
Apologies. I missed some of that.
So
there's no reason it should.
Okay. If it says here that the Blaine County mayor is responsible for the governance of the county's laws, and this is a county law, why is it that once he has written it, which he has, it is not considered law? Who is to authorize or say that that is not law, considering he is the legislative authority of that that branch?
Because we still have a process as agreed to by.
I have
everyone in this room.
constitutional rights as the mayor of Blaine County. You are trying to subvert that process, therefore you are going against the Constitution. I am not going against the Constitution.
Everyone has their right to contest it according to the
Everybody has their right except for me, according to you.
Well, pause.
I disagree
pause.
to that.
The question on the table here is twofold. One is what the governor is bringing up is whether or not other authorities have the right to circumvent the authority given to the individual counties to oversee their legislation. The separate notion of contesting that is in question is whether or not the DOJ needs to flip a switch to turn it into a contest. And the argument is no, as per written currently in the process document itself in a separate line.
Look, I'm going to be honest. I'm just going to say it. Brittany Angel has been holding me and Nino hostage the entirety since I came into office and even before. And Judge Hart, I don't know about Hollow because he didn't come on, but Judge Hart has been complicit in the whole thing the entire time, not doing a goddamn fucking thing. All right.
So every time you take 2 steps away from the key point that is the resolve, we only get further and further away of what we're trying to achieve here.
Let's all
I don't
get
really
closer.
care about all those things that we can have people impeached, all that sort of thing. There is a system for that. We are not here to debate that. The pure question I'm asking here is so I can have an understanding. The reality is we don't want more state officials to come in here. It's not going to be feasible. But the Constitution is the law. And when I read the Constitution, if it says this, let me just read it to you again. The Blaine County mayor is responsible for the governance of the county's laws. Why does a legislative piece in any manner have any relevance in this situation? I am reading the Constitution. The Constitution says this. The legislative piece in which you enact, if it is a contradiction to this, that is the fault. The Constitution is the law in which it all falls back to. This is the backbone. So my question is, if he has written that and he is the man responsible for the governance of the county's laws, and that is a county law, who has any authority to say otherwise?
Wah, wah.
Shut up.
I don't know if there's an answer. Does anybody have an answer? Does anybody believe there is an authority that can question his repeal?
I think the only thing that can be questioned is the constitutionality of it, which is why it's reasonable when legislation is proposed forward. But given that there would be no constitutionality on a repeal, there would be no say by any other legislative body outside of a contest that would go immediately into effect the moment it is placed on the City Hall website.
Unless, of course, there is a contest based on the Constitution, if it is to breach other areas of the Constitution, and which is why I'm asking.
That's the 3 days that we allow for. The 3 days that anyone can contest things if there is if they find a reason that it needs to be.
That is entirely fair. It's not the point that I'm making. That has been there for 2 months. The one that I see. So it is entirely understandable that a part of the legislation would imply that a 3-day cooling period or contestation phase is there for the people, as there is other rights in the rights and freedoms for votes and petition, as well as information, free speech and thought, and due process, etc. So there are counters to that.
And the argument here is that the contest period started and ended on the 9th. Or it started on the 6th and ended on the 9th.
That isn't the debate, though. What I'm asking is there a contestation that we can see here? I'm trying to ask if there's something that would invalidate what is, I'm asking the justices, or the medical authority, if they believe there is a invalidation or a reason to contest this.
Generally, and again, this is something that can be adjusted. I have nothing against that, but generally, we have in the past accepted it and then placed it into a contest phase, and because
it isn't a what is these made up words?
The financial backing needs to go to a judge to be properly logged and taken a look at.
Yeah, but that's not your legal purview. That's my power and authority.
Of course, this is like stepping through the question I'm asking, though. I'm asking anything in the Constitution that counters this part of the Constitution. That's my question, because I'm reading the Constitution, not legislation, at the moment.
Oh, I see what he's saying.
I feel like this court case or proceeding or whatever would happen, and why I ask this is because I'm trying to look at it from a point in which I would ask these questions to see if there's a logic we can all agree on beforehand, because again, the next step would just be something like this or some other proceeding that would be similar, in which we would have to organize people again. So, sorry, what is your name, Mr. Man Justice? I am so sorry. I forget everybody's name.
Man Justice.
Do you have any reasonable dispute within the Constitution about that document being a valid piece of legislation?
I would
the repeal,
say,
that is.
personally, taking a look through the rights and freedoms, that the right to vote and petition is something that we enshrine within our citizens by allowing that contest phase.
Yes.
Gives them the right to present requests, grievances, and proposals to the government.
Yes. And that, just to be sure, anybody can see that government post, correct?
Yes, anyone can see it. Not everyone can post on it is the issue. That's
Sure.
the problem, where not anyone can contest on there. They have to contest to us, and then we have to post it for them.
And did anybody contest within 2 months of that documentation?
We have not entered the contest phase as was previously established.
That wasn't the
We
question.
never established that, but
That's
Either way, so what I would counter that with, and like I said, I'm not trying to argue to say, ha,
No,
you're
of
wrong.
course.
It's more of a question to get an answer.
That's
And,
okay.
what are they
do you
saying?
think, the people have had their right taken from them to vote or petition, considering the mayor got there by a vote system? Have they not already
That-
elected their mayor for that county to enact these constitutional laws?
They are elected by the people. However, this is kind of twofold. That people, we have written the system with the thought process that people should have a more active opportunity to.
Of course.
You didn't
to
think
be a
about that
part
when
of
you
the
were
legal
shadow
system,
editing
and then-
legislation in the dead
Please
of night.
stop talking over
Ed.
people.
Trust me, I look at legislation as little as I can. And then there's
Switch
also the
on
fact,
all of it.
there is also the fact that in our current system, unfortunately, we have no way to split the votes per se. So therefore, the votes were not perfectly split between counties. Some people may have voted for a mayor in the south when they mainly reside in the north. Some people might
Sure.
have voted, vice versa. So this gives them the proper ability to actually interact with their county.
Yes, yes, I understand
Mhm.
the point being made. So, in saying that, again, why would you not have a vote on every single piece of law you pass?
We give the opportunity for it. If anyone contests it, it goes to a vote.
Outright lie.
Anyone at all.
That is not the truth. We know there has been documents changed on the fly. People's keys have been, in fact, removed on the fly, which is an enactment of the law. There's been plenty of things happen that didn't follow that process. And
That's
like
why I
I'm not
said-
saying
Right.
this to say it should happen. I'm
That's
saying
alright.
what is logical here. If it says in your constitution that you are the legal authority over judicial matters, why would we ask the mayor over here that is a meth head that can't shut the fuck up
My God.
and have an opinion that his
True.
is equals yours on judicial matters? It just doesn't seem logical. But at the same time, he was voted in by people for his county, and those people are just as inbred as him. So them being already voted in, it's logical too that he would be able to pass these laws without any sort of, altercation, so to speak. Unless,
So-
of course, it breaches the
I
Constitution.
don't know why they're dying on this
two things to
hill.
this. Myself.
Why are they
Aloe, and
dying
the
on
two
this
mayors here,
hill, man?
When Pred Wars won, we came to an agreement on how this would be handled. I actually agree, and Hallow did as well, that the DOJ should go through that same contest phase, and that is something that we are actively enacting and will go into effect.
That
in
would
the
just be
past,
for
we
normal
have-
legislation, right?
Yes, just
Not-
for
sure.
normal legislation, right? Because without that case law backing, we should have to go through the same contest phase. I absolutely agree. In the past, that
Yes.
was not so. Just due to the fact that sometimes things need to be handled with some layer of speed, but I think it's more than reasonable to add that. So that will be remedied.
Out of curiosity, you judges in the back, how would you perceive this law? I'm curious to have an understanding of how some of you would come to a conclusion based on this.
Ava
What do you
should say
believe,
something.
considering there is a document posted by the mayor, well,
I'm
the ex-mayor,
dying to hear
of
you
Blaine County.
speak.
It's on the government forums, posted as legislative documentation.
I think it's crazy. Barrett got upgraded and Ava didn't. That's wild.
The
bro.
Blaine County mayor is responsible for the governance.
Yeah,
and
War
county's
Pays. Thank you for the
laws.
20.
It also says Blaine County shall have legislative authority over its jurisdiction, and its jurisdiction obviously would be Blaine County. So this document that is posted, in which this mayor has pushed this legislation, is there anything you believe, as people, would invalidate this as a piece of legislation? I believe the only thing that could counter it would be a constitutional argument based on the same that the justice said here with the voting and petition argument. Are they all asleep?
No,
we sorry. We take a
Oh,
moment.
They're taking a look at
It's fine. That's
the
good.
very normal judge thing. Immediately look at how it's written.
I agree with what Justice Hart said. The right to vote and petition may not necessarily supersede it, but, you know, lay equal power to the governance of the laws. The people may have voted them in, but if the mayor then begins acting in a way that's counter to what they may have promised or what the people expected, the Constitution enshrines those people's rights to bring that grievance to their government.
How
I'm
can
in
the
agreement with
grievance
that.
not be brought forward at the moment? If that could always be
Exactly
voted on via referendum.
No, it can. And I don't believe there was ever notification of it being open to contesting or any notification of it being contested. It's a tricky situation in this regard, but in general, I believe that's the the way it should go.
So, I'm not sure if others have input or a different opinion.
I do have a different opinion. I just think I think things are much harder than they need to be. There's processes in place. They should be done the way they're supposed to be done. Handle it on the county level. If that's not done, then it becomes a judicial issue, and then the DOJ gets involved. That's just how I think about it.
Yes, I believe, well, the Constitution sort of implies that, but I believe the whole 3-day contestation phase is a logical thing in
Ava
saying
Queen.
that, but I believe the holdup from the DOJ should be also something we could look at and argue as well in the courtroom. Do we perceive that the blocking of this for 2 months is also violating the right of voting and petition, or due process in their laws changing, as well as maybe even a violation of their free speech, because these people went out of their way to vote for a man in which is meant to be able to pass law that now can't pass law. Do we not see counters that could be also deemed just as questionable in this circumstance, on the other hand?
I can see that as well, honestly. That's fair. It was not the smoothest of decisions. I'm not going to deny that in any way. That's why we're here, willing to come to a different agreement on things.
Sure.
Wait, wait.
So,
decision
sorry, what was
for
your
what?
name, Mr. Justice? I keep forgetting. Bob, was it?
Hello.
Bob,
Bob is
could you?
perfect.
What did you say again? I forgot.
I didn't say anything.
He said he's
would
got to
you
leave
like to have
soon.
your opinion. Do you have a? Well, you can always leave
It's
if
all
you
right,
want.
you can
You don't
speak,
have to stay
Howard.
around.
I will allow
I
you.
do very soon. I do have to leave very soon. I mean, things have already been set in place for this kind of. I'm a little confused. I feel like an agreement's already been come to. Am I wrong?
For the hearing, or so to speak, we don't even know what sort of hearing would be had. Would it not just be something like this?
So, in terms of the legislation on the docket, I understand it has been put in contest phase, but people have openly stated that they know once it goes up on the city hall section of the website that like it's open for contest phase once somebody like they know to argue it or go to a judge and be like, hey, we don't agree with this or whatever, and then a judge should know to tell them to go get the signatures or justice. I mean, it's sitting there and nobody's saying they're against it openly.
Mr. Mayor.
Unless they're waiting for that, DOJ approves or whatever the fuck.
Yes,
Yep.
well, I'm going to be honest. They probably don't even read it.
Yeah.
I
Very
think
possible. Yeah.
it should likely be pushed into. I was talking as you were outside. I believe there's a major flaw, even with how that is set up. There might be a breach of the Constitution in itself. Apart from having the legislation
It was good knowing you.
page having a requested or contested legislation posted in here, the MDT itself, so we can have people look over it in
That would
here
be
when they see
amazing.
it.
Yes.
So
Wasn't that my idea like a week ago?
I believe it's
Howard,
been
you
an
don't get to
idea
have
for a
ideas.
while, but yes, I'm not sure why it didn't.
Do
sort
you
of
still
come
have
in on-
keys?
But either way, who are we to disagree that? Well, sure. I think there's a lot of violations that we can argue on either side. Is essentially what I'm saying here, and I don't think there's going to be a resolution.
Well,
from either side that would be so much so much different to what we have here. So,
may I ask a question there, Governor?
Sure.
Is while I understand there may be disagreements, the question as to whether this has or has not been repealed, doesn't it squarely fall on Pred regardless of what any other legislative authority says or doesn't say? Because, like, while there may be, like, discussions about due process around the impeachment and whatnot, if he's got his keys, he can delete that right now, and there is no foundation for an impeachment, and the recourse to that would need to be some sort of separate legislative action by those who disagree with it. Am I
Authoritative
incorrect
conduct
in?
review.
Yeah, am I incorrect in making that point?
Not necessarily, but that would also be under the assumption that we have read every piece of legislation that could possibly counter what has happened here, and that's why I also believe the should not have been resolved the way it was, especially when there was a question to the law itself. It should have went through a hearing process to begin with. But,
Agreed.
Again, I don't know what the answer would be because putting it in the justice's hands, we already believe or know what we believe the answer would be, and then the vote on the opposite side is a majority in which would say otherwise. But it might be something I'll think on momentarily to have a more neutral input on this and read over a few elements. Because again, like I said, there is definitely an argument to be had on both sides, but whether or not one is more outstanding than the other is completely different. So,
may I ask
for now,
what the DOJ's argument is? Because I've been listening, but I keep failing to understand what.
Oh God.
Well, like I heard a lot of things, but like
general consensus was the vote and petition could have been voided here, as no civilians have had the right to vote and petition this specific law that's being passed.
where is the basis of that? I'll provide an exact example. I have evidence and witnesses behind me, as well as the justices who signed it, is that when we passed 6 pieces of legislation in my first term, a justice went to the food court, altered the legislation that then opened up contests that were being baked even before anything was posted on the docket. So the ability has been historically present, as was present today, or on the 6th when this got posted up.
I just want to be firm with what is going on here. That if there is a precedent set by you as justices, it will be enforced equally upon you as well.
Of course.
So if there is legislative breaches or things that could have involved you being impeached based on constitutional issues, which is there, what you do and what you say and what you try to enact, to me, is a precedent in which you're creating. So,
Sure.
if we're to read this legislation and enforce that it is based purely on literally reading that one sentence in its entirety, that means that all other legislation too shall be able to be read in that manner and have impeachments or removals of the same standard. That is what would be created, in my opinion, if a court case is to go through and this is okay, essentially, because I don't see any other justification otherwise that would say differently. And if we are to set a precedent that this is how it should be, you as authorities, as justices, should be under the same standard as you are
Yeah,
of equal
agreed.
authority as the other.
It's already written in there.
You guys are literally signing your own death certificate if you
Oh,
treat
thank
me
God,
this way, but
finally.
then exclude yourself from the process. You guys realize that, right? Like what you're doing
We're not
to me.
excluding ourselves. We've in fact.
But you
worked
have
with
been the
you
entire
both.
time. That's the issue. Like you guys have been excluding yourself, and then you're
I
holding me to
understand
this.
that, but that is something that we are working to remedy. And
just
as I've
trying to,
discussed with Nino,
Where's my
although
keys?
we're-
Where's my position? You're not working to. You're working to maintain the bad decision you made.
The point
instead
I'm
of trying
trying to make
rectify
here
it.
is no matter what we disagree on, your grievances with each other, if we are to bend the law or use the law on an authority that is of equal value, you must be prepared for it to be returned the same, is all I'm saying. Saying that the law should always be above all, not people's opinion of others and whatnot. We just need to be sure that if we're going to, make our opinions on law or change them, that we should be able to justify it and, be prepared for those consequences.
Absolutely.
In saying that, again, that isn't necessarily to say that the state would agree with something like that, but it's more so to make the point that I don't believe that everybody is treating every other authority of equal power when they should be, especially within their authoritative regions. Is there anybody here as an authority that would disagree that all authorities should have power in their legislative branch, so to speak?
I agree they should, and yeah, 100%. And while equally, and there are processes in place already to, if a legislative body were to move in a way that affects others, we already have the audit. So
Honestly agreed. That's why I'm perfectly happy to sign off on the document that aligns us with the other authorities.
Yes. One other
Mediates.
thing I think that we were discussing earlier as well was the process in which this would happen if you're an authority and you're changing something based on your branch. No one should be accepting a document if a mayor posts something relating to their authority. It should be immediately set into contestation phase, in which then it can be contested by either side.
So the current process, just to be clear, is there's a constitutionality check by us, and then it enters the contest phase.
Yes.
That's
you
why
can do
that's
that
why it
within
waits.
72 hours. So if the problem with that is we have very clear evidence that I am looking at something that is
That it's
what is
taken
it,
a
a
lot
month
longer. Yes, of
long?
course.
Yes. So I get that sometimes. We've also said that obviously if they're to put through a 73-page document, that is not going to be a 3-day period. It would be fine to contest that and request a extension, so to speak, in which something logical would make sense. If there's 10 different things, then 30 days, so be it. Whatever we deem would be, a decent request to go over and review the documents, and I believe that should be pushed through as an option. In saying that, though, you will also still keep the judicial authority, in which would be instant on cases and laws or any sort of judicial hearing.
I am getting confused about this is a repeal though. So like, what's the conclusion here?
If we're okay, then that, in my opinion, should be put through the document. The justices, if they're okay to sign off on that, that should be put in immediately.
Yeah.
Well, or passed on to I via email if it can't be put through, whatever, and it should be put in as fast as possible. Which means that any enacted requests, yeah, well, they're immediately into contestation phase either way at that point. I think, yes, either way, I'll sit on this for the night. Mr. Mayor, you won't get your keys back for the night, and you are suspended at the moment, just while a few things are reviewed. And I'll try to see where we can push this in a way that would be fair for both sides, because I do agree that the justices have abided by that legislative piece in this specific argument, not in regards to everything, obviously, but that legislation is still law, and I believe it is enacted in a way that, while was not necessarily great, it was still enacted in a legal way. But that's not to say it's right or it shouldn't be argued as the
Can I ask
justices,
a
all that sort of
question?
nonsense. So, of course.
All right, so at what point was it like dereliction of duty? Because this has been up for a while. It's not like a new piece of legislation. It's a simple repeal. It's just a simple removal of something. You know, like I feel
Well, the
like
question
when
is
I'm being
still,
suspended,
is that law in existence? So that's why I'm saying there needs
Yeah.
to be a discussion and a thought process
Yeah.
on that on a neutral level
Yeah.
that isn't us sitting around a table with people that are much more invested on either side, and that's why I would like to take it away. That question is in my head, and I have asked the justices that too, but I also understand their point of view and would like to make sure it's done properly, neutral, because like I said, I think both sides of this situation very much have their opinion set in, and I think both have valid points here and there, but both have inconsistencies here and there. But a neutral party, I think, at least, or a conversation on how we could handle it is a good way to handle where the outcome should go.
Yeah.
And that could be handed back to some sort of like informal impeachment process inside the city. Or we give it to a vote to you people, and whoever votes, it goes through, or we could do a people vote. I'm not sure what that would be or what you would be comfortable with, Mr. Mayor. But if you have suggestions on a system in which we could find an answer, I would be glad to listen.
if I was to suggest something, I mean, it's been proven that I won't get a fair trial from this DOJ. All right, especially with the action and the, we don't know who was all involved in the whole unauthorized against the constitutional removal of a sitting mayor with no, trial or anything like that, or no hearing of any kind. I wouldn't feel comfortable at this time with the DOJ in any form presiding over this matter, because I believe they already handled it. They already made their decision. And right now, they Hart keeps saying she's here to rectify this situation. She isn't rectifying anything. The entirety of the DOJ right now is standing by a bad decision. When Hollow speaks up against it and tries to reinstate me, she drags him out into the hallway, and we don't know what happened over the last 30 plus minutes that they were gone. So
He
it's
came
hard
back
for
and
me to.
agreed to the impeachment trial, Fred.
Yes, I don't see any bruises on this man. What are you implying?
He hasn't
What I'm
spoken too much.
implying- what-
Oh
I
my
mean,
God!
what
Look
I
at him.
was simply implying is that
Check his neck.
Justice Hollow. Hey, 1 second, listen. Justice Hollow made a decision right here and said that he was going to reinstate me, and that went against what Hart's prerogative was
That
for
is
this.
that is not entirely correct, though. When I said we are here as authorities, not as a justice. They are a team right now. They are of one authority. They have an equal power, if that makes sense. So if two are to disagree, that doesn't mean that one would overpower the other. And that's why.
Well, we
that
got the two
wouldn't
of them
happen,
here, and the
essentially.
other justice is on LOA. I think that they should be able to come to a decision
We've
themselves.
already had this discussion. and
Yeah.
that's where they both disagree on certain things, and that's what the law is about. And like I said, there is a validation to an extent on both sides that can be argued, and that's why I was asking you. Would some sort of vote through another system be handy? Not what you wouldn't like to have happen to you, but would you be comfortable with a neutral type vote in which certain people would be elected of a certain standing, or the people could vote, or would you like to have a case in which it would be proceeded on? What are your perceived options in a scenario like this? And I'm asking this because it is in a situation where there is a state level involvement, and I want to understand what you would deem as something you could even consider. Because the reality is, a people vote is also something that would be on the table if you're comfortable with the people, of course.
There's two options that I'm considering. All right. One, my standing with the public isn't good due to the situations that I've been put into by the DOJ for the last month and a half. I haven't been able to do my job, and I don't want to have to take it's just a real, clusterfuck. What I think we should do is we have representatives, we have the lead representative of myself, of Blaine County, myself. We have the lead representative of Los Santos County himself. We have the medical representative as well, and we have the justices in front of us that represent theirs. I say that I should be allowed to vote because I technically
You are
should
not
still
going to
be
vote
mayor.
on your own hearing, my friend.
Come on, we can do it.
We could do it, but I would count it as a 0.0001 of a percentage.
Even if I can't vote, it's 2-1.
I understand that, and like I said, well, technically it could be 3 if it's 2.5 to half, depending on what we vote on. But that's why I was asking what specifics we would do here. I don't. The reason I want to sit in it because I don't know the answer, and I don't want to push something without understanding all of the legislation that we're not all comfortable with. So, I could see where I could go, entirely with it. But again, I would like to talk with some neutral people, lay it out on the table, and see what happens otherwise. So we can leave that point at there. Let's make sure we get this documentation through. And remember, once this does go through, it does open up possibilities for things to change anyway, legally within this state, without our proceedings. The authorities will change in terms of how it's processed. Things will pass more, quicker. And I know both sides have some issues with certain things that are happening. So we'll leave it there.
May I get just a recap, and just to make sure I'm on the same page, and maybe this is beneficial for everybody, is that
in terms of the legislation?
Well, kind of like where we're leaving off. As I'm understanding it, that you're gonna kind of cook over this, reference, talk to some other state officials and whatnot, as to whether or not the Blaine County Office Roles and Responsibilities is or is not repealed, and then based on that decision, come to a conclusion as to whether there is validity for an impeachment or some other mechanism to then review.
I'm not going to say, well, impeachment on his part, do you mean, or others?
It wasn't clear to me. You had said that you're going to think on something over the evening. Is that as to whether or not this legislation was repealed, or what the next steps were? Okay,
well,
gotcha.
All of. So I plan to read over some case laws and try to build some sort of understanding of the process in which should be logical here. I'm not sure if there's been any similar things. Obviously, not to this height, I guess, but I'm not 100%. I'm going to sit on that situation. But for your legislative piece that you have already all agreed on, that should be processed immediately, with the understanding that the DOJ is still able to pass judicial legislative pieces immediately. It can be contested after. The medical staff can do medical immediately. It can be contested after. 2 mayors have a 3-day process in contention, but it's immediately in contention phase once it is processed. But if you were to post too much information, there can be an extension requested by other authorities to ensure that they've read over the pieces to make sure nothing is snuck in or overworked, essentially.
Understood.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Is anyone in this room intending to file impeachment against former Mayor Pred, current Mayor Pred?
I suppose that's.
I'm not
one of
sure
our
it would be.
responsibilities.
Yeah, I would wait to
Yes,
see
well-
what comes out of this. I presume you're asking that given the impeachment papers we're holding on to.
Let's just
Well,
hold off on
I'm-
that sort of discussion
Yeah,
in case
yeah, we'll
something.
pause on
I
that.
don't want to have to come back and
Yeah.
discuss all that too because everybody is tainted by whatever documents
No.
or
I
things
just
are
wanna-
inside other hearings. So
I just want to say I only asked that because if no one in here is going to file the impeachment, and we're pausing it until something of that effect, if the people of Blaine County don't file it and no one else files it, then like, what's up?
well, the impeachment is a completely separate documentation and piece of legislation to the process legislation in which Blaine County has. While yes, there is an impeachment process, it doesn't define that that impeachment process is the only way in which you can be removed. And this other piece of legislation, while there is the question that it is in breach of other parts of the Constitution, still is there and fundamentally, I believe, has enough power to at least get to this point in which there is the question that he could be removed. So the fact that it's happened, and I believe,
I see what she's
within
saying.
reason, legally, without reading everything and having a full understanding, that's why it is still processing. We just need to understand that yes, there is an impeachment process. That doesn't define that that is the only way of removal, specifically based on other legislative pieces. If that makes sense.
Okay.
If we're okay with that, then I guess we will reconvene, perhaps, or well, I can probably send out a few emails based on what happens, but yeah, it's going to be a difficult one to go over, I guess, considering we're all sort of involved in a way to this depth. But yeah, I'll try to organize, I believe, probably some sort of like neutral oversight of something like this and make sure it's done properly. Okay.
All right, I
Okay.
mean, that's all I can ask for, but I just still feel like I'm just getting fucked over from beginning to end on my entirety of my term. I haven't been able to do nothing for 6 weeks. It's
Well, I think
asinine to me.
I think the
Sometimes
governor is
there
coming
are-
back in a day or two. So
Yeah, I don't plan to be gone
Yeah.
for long. The reality is sometimes when law changes, it is at the top of the volcano as it explodes. Everybody sees the mess and things change, and it appears at least now we all have a base understanding of. Or an agreement of how the procedures will happen, and it should be streamlined. That there is never another situation in which a document takes.
What
that
is
long
it
to be,
that CG always
processed.
says that they're the
So
test
yes, you
the
might
beta
seem like you're getting
testers?
fucked, and I
Yeah.
could understand that. But at the same time, I myself want to do what I believe is the proper process and make sure I've read through the case laws that are relevant, the other legislations, and make sure it's done on a neutral term with the facts written out.
Yeah.
So. That's not to stop any other systems or
Yeah.
legislative pieces trying to be pushed or any other things happening within your laws. This is just something that I will go over, and I believe right now it's okay that he is to stay suspended until we find that resolution. And like I said,
Yeah.
it will be done hastily.
All right, I
Okay.
listen. I appreciate that. Thanks for taking the time to handle this whole ordeal.
Yeah.
Of course.
Would you like us to hold onto the writ of mandamus until after the decision?
I will well, it's up to you. You can do
Okay.
what you want. I don't want to understand. I don't want to see everything. I don't want to know everything, to be honest. So
Okay, I'm gonna hold on to it in that case, so that we're not
just remember,
burdening this overall process that's happening right now.
just to reiterate on that as well, what exactly do we do in the impeachment process? Do we not want to fall under the same sort of thing that we could post some? I assume you post an impeachable document. If it has enough PC or something to sustain its fact base, then it would just be pushed through based on cost or what other whatever other procedures you have imbalance.
Still has to go to a hearing, regardless, right?
I'm not sure. That's why I'm asking.
So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we have to push it. Let me see. According to this, where is it? So we have to make a filing request, and it gets reviewed by the DOJ, and then it goes from there. So we can't. So the impeachments that we've sent over have to go through the DOJ before we can impeach the DOJ.
Yes, I believe there is definitely some changes in which that should be affected, but not in a way that is. If there's a vote with 3 of you authorities, or majority vote to pass, or it's signed by a majority, then I believe the impeachment should be passed through immediately.
I agree.
I think that would be creating a balance. Yes, good day, Bob. You have a nice day. Thank you for
What you're saying is, so
Bye,
can I,
Arcadia is taking my spot, so there's at least
have
my
a good
next
one.
door.
Yes.
Hey,
Get over here.
so what I just heard you say is that, so let's say hypothetically I'm mayor, right? In this
Sure.
situation that I'm about to present to you, if me, Nino, and Naya Nashville decide that we want to impeach somebody, we can just do it on a vote?
Well, you would have to go through the same procedure, but what I'm saying is, I don't believe if there is enough information there that
The best
if it's
value
against,
for your crime is
certain
time.
individuals, that they should be the people to reside over whether it can be passed, so to speak. So, obviously, again, the Constitution comes into play where everybody's rights could be violated in a way that a certain power could prevent the proper measures being taken, like the rest of the United States of America. And there's a reason we broke off from that place, guys, because we are better. Okay. So,
What I did was
I'm not
saying
sure.
we.
It might be worth just at least noting that for now, and perhaps writing up some sort of like questions, or at least trying to get it resolved to speed up whatever that could be. Because the reality is, I believe, if people are accountable, and the people, just so you guys know, if somebody is impeached, that does not mean they will be removed by the state. It could be a fine. It could be returned to a people vote on the outcome and things like that. There is nothing to say that an impeachment, from our point of view, would have somebody removed entirely from their position. So,
Agreed.
I would encourage them to flow through more often, and have some sort of system in which they would be free from. I guess creating greater powers that shouldn't necessarily be there.
So, just so I understand what you're saying here, if most of this room is getting impeachment papers, how do we push the impeachment when the impeachment
Whatever
authority
your
conduct?
legislation says, you have to go write it, do whatever makes sense. Like I said, I don't want to hear about it.
I
To
see.
Nino's
Okay.
point. Okay.
Go ahead. Share your thought. Okay.
No, my fear with that is, if it's supposed to go through DOJ though, and you're trying to impeach DOJ, what's the process then? Like, where's the next step?
Well,
Am I
that
wrong?
Depends on the neutral parties, and again, it could be something that gets to this point in which we have the mayor. Again, you are all of equal authority. The justices, as well, the DOJ and the mayors and whatnot, just in different branches.
Well, then we roll back to the similar situation of the city council, no, which we got rid of.
Oh, we talked about
in
that
which
being
way
still
is,
valid.
With
what is
the
the
equal power and
similarity?
the voting, and especially when it coming to the impeachment.
The Council of Four.
The question is, what becomes of
I didn't want to
society
be.
in which
They kept
people
accusing me of being
are
Max.
the voice of the democracy, but
I didn't
they have
want to
no
be.
power
I was
to
just
vote
making sure I do things
over
by the
their powers.
right way. And now I look to my right.
That's
I
what the
agree.
I
council
got a
was.
puppet. I look
I
to
just
my
wonder
left.
if there's
I got a puppet.
additional level that maybe the mayor's
Little do they
cabinet
know
and the
that
DOJ can
Arcadia
talk
and
about for
I,
this exact kind of
well,
situation.
we
though.
kind of see eye to
But it
eye
would
on a
still need to
lot
go
of
through the
things.
impeachment process. It wouldn't just be a vote of, a member
The
of
difference
DOJ,
is
the mayoral
I'm not
cabinet,
loud about
and,
it.
Dr.
Oh,
Nashville.
of
No,
course.
It sounds like it's a
Right.
three-pronged process from my point of view. Like
mean,
there's
hell,
an
I think
initial
so.
vote,
Even Pred's
and then
my
it gets
little
filed in
bitch
court
now.
for impeachment, and then it goes to a vote of the people of the city.
I think that's a great idea.
Well,
It just needs to be written down.
sure, but it could also be heavily abused. So
My fear exactly.
again, it comes to a logical output. So yes, we can do votes, but like I've said, even here today, when people vote, their vote is considered in a way that is logical to their professional or branch of government. If there is law-based systems, I will listen to people that are in the legislative branch as much as possible and have a sway on what they've said compared to somebody from Sandy Shores, so to speak. So even if there was a people vote, maybe their weighing of that vote would be a percentage based on who knows, felons or other things, whereas the vote from you authorities could be at a larger scale, if that was to make sense. So
Yeah, absolutely.
once a vote goes through, it would also still go to the state for verifying and conclusion on the outcome. And if that outcome is processed and it is requested that somebody be removed, that might not be the case, depending on what the actual outcome is. So there would be a hearing above you, and it would be a neutral party of some sort, not necessarily us as the state, but a neutral group of individuals that would not have bias. The fact would be displayed, and then they would come to a conclusion based on those facts, essentially, with the weighing of the votes, of course. We haven't had to do that before, but that is what would happen, and I would much likely encourage things like this to happen. And like I said, do not expect always to have your role removed, except if you're the mayor, of course. If it gets to those points, fines, maybe suspensions, and other things of similar sort are definitely something that would happen often if people are found guilty, unless, of course, it is severe. Then obviously we would put our foot down in those circumstances. So the thing I'm saying is we don't want people to fear this sort of thing unless they themselves are the enemy of the people. We're not going to put somebody in jail for 30 months. Is that what they call it these days?
Yeah.
30 mind
I,
months.
I believe so. Yes, I believe we're back to
And
months.
then after mass murdering half of the city, and then remove people for minor discrepancies in legislation, unless of course there's
Exactly.
That's the point I'm making.
Absolutely.
Either way, I think that second step for the other legislative piece should be separate in terms of changing the impeachment process, just to make sure that is streamlined and at least discussed with other justices as well. Because I'm sure they will bring up points that are logical, and I'm sure your team, when they sit on it too, will have the same. So let's process this first piece, and after that is done, work with your teams, and we'll try to get the ball rolling on the impeachment part to make sure that can be streamlined in a similar fashion.
Love it.
Amazing.
All right.
Okay,
May
well,
I ask
hopefully,
you something completely unrelated? I'm so sorry.
of course.
I currently don't have the possibility of making announcements because there is no SEMA
You mean
authority
the state
for
announcements?
yeah. I can't. I sign in as a council
Sure.
employee. I don't have my own sign in downstairs basically. So
Of
I don't
course,
have.
yes.
Yeah.
If it's at all possible, if you could email me some of that information so I could get like profiles and whatnot and have it sorted. You should have the same powers as others, and I will also try to move the legislation contest pieces
Hey,
to the
chat.
actual MDT, so we can have everything streamlined within.
Don't be bad.
The city.
There's one or two, three
much
people saying
easier
bad
scale.
shit.
Yes, a lot of people don't know where to look.
Nah, not here, boys.
Thank you so
We
much.
role play here, all
No
right?
problems. Unless there's other things, I believe we should probably call it there, as there might be, another.
If you get
meeting
mad,
in the
you
future.
sub. If you get mad,
want to have
you
to
don't.
bring,
You download
depression
this
medication
game and add to the Tugathon timer. All right.
Oh, that's very.
I
fair.
just
So
drink.
Oh my God,
I'll be drinking every night as
You
usual.
you might
oh
need
my
it yourself,
God.
Governor. Does anyone
Meeting
have food or water?
adjourned.
Governor.
That's
Oh,
crazy,
God.
Nino. That's
Oh, no.
wild. Please.
Isn't that the same place the last
I just
person died?
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
I appreciate
No,
There you
it's
go.
where I am. God damn.
it. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Oh my God.
Oh wait, hold on. Where's the?
Okay, well, unless there's any other questions, then I guess we could get that ball rolling, and
Yeah.
I'll try to respond to all
Um,
parties about what we're doing with the suspension and
I
whatnot,
sub because
and
I'm
try
happy
to,
with your content.
Make sure the
Yeah.
state is involved as little as possible.
Okay.
Where we can, but obviously, like I said, I think there's a lot of people on both sides already heavily implicated and intertwined with things, so it's a little more difficult than a standard proceeding.
Absolutely.
Okay.
We don't need to
all
talk
right.
about Raddick, do we? And him being the sheriff. That's something.
Yeah, I
we
made
wanna
him
put a
sheriff
pin in?
before they fired me.
Well, that's
You
a
made
whole
him
other
interim
point
sheriff,
of
right?
contingency. Interim sheriff, and there is legislation in place for saying exactly how to go about appointing a sheriff.
Yeah, there's no existence of the UPD, and it defaults to my decision in the Constitution. So I don't know what you want me to do. They can file whatever authority conduct review and repeal the decision if they want, but
Yeah.
I made a decision based off the Constitution, and because the legislation in place says
It sounds
the UPD
like there
doesn't
is another
exist.
dispute between two authorities, and if you would like to email me that, I can have a look at it, unless you want it to be something else. Otherwise, I mean, we can probably discuss it next time if we're going to
Perfect.
come back. So
I'll send you
Just,
the writ for that one.
is this the well, I'm not sure. Just yes, email
It's
me
a- it's a
whatever
separate
that we
document.
believe
Yeah.
is on that level of scope. Like I said, though, the first priority will be whatever this is with the mayor, just to ensure at least we get that understood and we can set a precedent that we all understand.
Easy. All right.
Okay. Well, I do appreciate your time, and I'm
Yep.
sorry it took so long, but hopefully the resolve is something we can all at least
Yeah.
agree on.
Yeah. Well, this was good.
Okay.
Again,
Well,
tomorrow, 7 p.m. How's that sound?
That's right.
We'll see. Well, we'll see what happens this evening. But
Okay.
probably
Easy.
not. I think there's.
Oh wait, no, tomorrow. No, fuck tomorrow. Listen, Pred, you're gonna have to wait till Saturday for those keys.
Maybe even a week now. I think about it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe
I'm getting a bit of an itch.
right.
Yeah, see, you lost your keys when POE 2 is
I'll be
coming
sure
out. That's,
to,
a,
don't
that's a
worry.
side.
I'll
Yeah.
talk to people tonight and make sure
Yeah.
there's something that we can discuss. Okay. All right. Well, again, I appreciate the time.
I forgot
I'm going
about
to head
that.
out and drive
Yeah.
away in my fancy car that I got from working so hard. And I guess I'll see you guys next time.
Right.
Yep.
Before you go,
Okay.
I have one final statement. In fact, I have
Sure.
a state announcement to make. Oh, there we are.
What is it?
Oh.
Let me have a look here.
Angel has resigned.
How did that happen?
Wait, so what
Where is she?
happens with the marshals?
We will.
She is working.
You
with us
can debate
to,
that. I ain't.
reorganize
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
But none of you guys are qualified to be a director.
No.
It is my
Well,
opinion.
not really that we
Daisy
need him, to
Dugarkit
be
should
honest.
Be given the position, and that we should
I'm
readjust
interested to see
the
this.
I'll take it.
legislation to work under us.
I'm
Yeah.
sure we'll keep both mayor's office very.
Wait, what happened to
involved.
that Brian Knight guy? Wasn't he a?
God, please
God,
no.
he would have been a great marshal.
Yeah.
Let's
Out
see.
of here.
I'll give him
Okay,
a
but,
phone call. I think
do
he's
have
one of
one
two
more-
people.
I do have
If
one more
it's an
piece of news.
authority, if it's an authority request or decision, then yes,
Mhm.
it's probably going to be discussed a little bit further. But Sorry, what?
What is the other piece of news?
I do have one more piece of news
There aren't
before
any.
everyone leaves. This decision was made with Angel's blessing before her resignation. We are looking to expand the position of justice since it was initially intended to have more people, and unfortunately, they've filtered out. So at this point, we are looking at 2 other individuals aside from this. But I would like to formally announce that Arcadia Grayson will be promoted to the position of justice.
Congratulations,
Who
Arcadia. Well deserved.
exactly is that? Is that
Right
this?
here.
Oh,
it's me. I'm Bob.
Yes.
Hi.
Yeah.
That's why we
Oh,
brought her
She's
in.
new
Bob too.
Bob.
Hello.
Bob too.
Yeah.
Bob too.
Well, congratulations.
Congrats.
Thank
Hopefully,
you.
it's a step forward, and it helps
who's the psychic
alleviate some
here?
of the time restraints we've had.
Promise
Okay,
to do just that. Absolutely.
Yeah.
perfect. Well, remember, these jobs do tend to send people insane. So,
Yes.
Oh, I'm already
Or
crazy.
just
That's
turn them
fine.
into an alcoholic.
Oh my God!
Perfect.
Wait,
Yeah,
but
it was
you
real crazy how
can't.
you took my keys
Wait,
and
but
told me
here-
I could rerun next election. I thought that was kind of crazy.
let the pettiness happen in the
I didn't
courtrooms.
take
Come on
them,
now.
so I
I
promise
don't think
no.
it's pettiness.
I
when
didn't
it's just
take them either.
Factually,
No,
what they
I
did.
I think it's fair. I will say I understand your frustration with it.
Yes,
I do
just
as
so
well.
you do understand,
And I've tried to have a
Mr.
conversation
Fred,
with you.
everybody did pretty much agree that it shouldn't have happened in that process. It happened.
Yes.
Uh,
I will back the
with
Department
how
of
it
Justice on the
was.
fact that they felt that they were doing the right thing. That does not mean that
Isn't your
it
job to
turned out
like
to be.
back what you think as a
I-
justice
Yeah,
and not what
I-
the department thinks? Like, isn't
Yeah.
that why your
I've
justice
been very
is
transparent with my
not a
thoughts
hive
surrounding
mind?
it. Unfortunately, I was not awake to make a different decision. However, that's a reason why we are remedying this now and making sure that you get your fair attempt.
You're
at
not remedying
additional-
it. State official is.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're in the room having
My-
a conversation, Pred. We are
Yes,
all
It's
trying
weird
to work
because
Keep myself
together.
clear.
I-
We
let-
are all
Let's
trying
not
to work
pretend
together.
otherwise.
I
Yeah.
would
Well,
love to
I'll-
continue this conversation, Pred. I really would.
Yeah, we.
Yeah, now you
the
would.
points.
Unlike when you walked
I've-
away from me and told me to
I
pretty
didn't
much go
walk
fuck
aw-
myself.
I
Before.
didn't do that. That's not true.
You guys
You were
really
the one
changed
that
your
walked away,
tone when
Fred.
you
we're
know.
really
You
trying,
literally
so-
walked out of that room.
I
You
would at
walked
least.
Wait,
I would
you
at
were
least
there
stand
too,
my
Barrick.
ground.
Hey, add him to the list.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sure those
I-
fucking guys you put me on.
I'm always happy to talk to
More than
either
merry.
of you. Nino knows I stayed and talked with him for hours. We might have not always agreed on everything, but
Yeah,
So,
we did
listen,
talk
if
a
you guys
lot.
want to
Sorry to
dispute
be so-
and have your
Yeah.
arguments that aren't
Yeah, of course.
factual in law, that's great.
I
I'm
always
just
want to
going
have arguments.
go and do other things. But again, I'll do what I can. And congratulations on your promotion. I hope it's great for everybody. And Pred, I'll get back to you and the others regarding that situation as soon as possible. If you could also forward the
Yeah,
legislation if you
Michael's
can't
like,
get it
I got
processed,
already.
via the.
You talk about the sheriff one?
No, I'm talking about the procedural ones that imply the right legislative authorities while processing documents. If you can get that processed, it'd be great. If you can't get it done, throw it through to me, and I'll make sure it's done tonight. But I do want to be sure the justices have signed
Hey,
it, or
Tony,
at
you
least
got
one
that?
of them to make sure it's finalized. Okay, does this sound good? Are we clear?
Yes.
Sounds good.
yes, sir.
Sounds
Marvelous.
good to
okay,
me.
Well,
Are we gonna
I'm going
stay
to
and
leave
argue?
before another hour comes. Yes, you can argue. Enjoy your
All
time.
right.
Thank you.
You have a good
All
day.
right.
Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Damn, I told you.
A moment of your time.
Can I leave?
Oh my
You know,
God,
I,
Quantum.
I offered exactly what the governor stated to Nino last meeting.
Fuck.
Fred.
The Quantum's the
Wait,
best.
what? Offer what? Wait, sorry,
What's
what?
happening?
That your keys remain removed, but that we immediately proceed with the impeachment trial.
That is not what you offered. And
yes, it is.
no, you said in order to appease you two, we will go to impeachment. To which I then replied, what would the impeachment be for if he's already been removed of office? What is happening now is that they are reviewing whether or not the legislation that is the foundation from which you can even have an impeachment has been removed or not.
No, that's all right, but
It's two fundamentally different things at that point.
No, I understand. It depends on what the argument is the day of, but my offer that we proceed with an impeachment trial was there.
You don't have
What?
to offer that. You just file it.
That's, that's fine. I understand that, but you can see from our perspective at the time. So we've explained that very clearly throughout this meeting.
I don't
Impeachment
think
isn't something
that's
you
the
offer.
case.
It's a fundamental right.
Hey, Michael,
Yeah.
are you vegan? Let me just go
I'm
on
not
for your
going
burger.
through all that for the millionth time.
You gonna throw me a burger?
But I'm glad that we are proceeding.
Shit. Yeah.
Not what you want, but
All right, I
Okay.
guess you
Yay,
guys can try again
truce.
when I'm back in office.
We
All
won't
I'm
have
going
to.
to bed.
Have a good one, sir.
Yeah.
Night, Pred.
Wait, I thought you were gonna stay around and argue. What the fuck? Why are we staying in the room then?
I want to stay around and
Wait, I thought you
argue,
wanted
but
to
there's
argue.
no
That's
point.
why I was like, I had my popcorn out and
I
everything. You know.
Oh, you
We're
can
gonna-
yell at
Yeah.
Halo.
Right,
I'm
the-
feeling
most of the time.
We're agreeing to disagree. We've come to conclusion of how we're moving forward. I think I'm just confused of the point of the
How are
arguing
we
is
gonna
decided to
work
give us
together?
all
Oh,
a
I don't know
migraine.
either, to be honest.
All right, here's the
I'm gonna be
question that
so
I just
because
want to
we
ask.
have to be able to go ahead.
How are we going to work together, given that we can't agree between the three of us, our three, our three authoritative powers, like our domains? How are we supposed to work with you when you guys are still continuously not trying to create a middle ground with us? Like this is what I'm hearing from you guys the entire time. You guys are essentially like making it so that we can't get anything done, and you're not proposing any middle ground. Since if we don't agree with you, then we have to go to trials and we have to go to hearings.
Yeah.
Like, how
Isn't
are
that
we
what you
going to
asked
work
for?
together? You're not a justice. I'm not talking to you, bitch.
Okay.
All right, I'm talking to them.
Let's
All right,
stay
you
civil.
shut your fucking
please.
mouth because
Let's
I'm talking to
be
them.
civil. Fred,
I am
for
being
love of
civil,
God.
but I don't care.
You
I don't want this guy
you just
interjecting.
insulted Murray. That wasn't being civil.
Okay,
Scottish
look,
terrorists
look,
that'll do
where,
the
hey,
job for
hey,
them.
hey,
Well, it's just-
hey. Listen, there's a lot of people that put a lot of work here. Maybe not everybody, but a lot of people. So let's keep it to the legislative authorities, and then if got people in the back, or the people in the back over there too want to chat, permission only. Is that fair? All
I
right.
very much agree.
All right, so let's focus on what I was talking about, because clearly we need to work together. All right? How exactly do you think? So I'm going to use myself as an example. I have no faith in you. How exactly are you going to rectify trying to regain
Big J,
my,
think of the fresh sub.
my belief in your guys' body of government? Because I have been mistreated nonstop. And the perpetrator of my mistreatment is your guys' office. So how exactly do you guys plan on rectifying this situation? Now, it isn't a guarantee that I'll be back in office. All right, but at least I get a hearing, and at least I get someone who's going to hear my side and hear some of the information. That's all I wanted. But if I do get back in office, how the fuck are you guys going to rectify this to me? How are we going to settle things?
Big J, thank you for the gifted
together
sub.
and actually get shit done, because I am sick and tired of the ball not rolling. But it's not that it's not rolling because of me and Nino. It's not rolling because of you guys. I mean, 6 pieces of legislation been sitting there for a month plus. All right, and what you guys come in here and say is, well, it's there, but we just didn't do it. Like, that's basically what you guys said. Like, that's okay. So how the fuck are we supposed to work together when I have no faith in you at this point?
Yeah, I'd like to agree with Pred there, and I'm gonna put it a different way. Right? Is Arcadia? I've worked with you a lot. I think I have a lot of faith in you.
I hit on her all the time.
Thank you so much.
I'm sure some of the other judges in here probably could equally do a great job. I just happen to interface with her a lot. The problem with the old regime, and I'm just going to call it the old regime, right, is that look at his legislation. It's been sitting there, and there's different excuses that we hear week after week, some of which I understand, Hart, you may have been making statements based on your understanding of what may have happened over the last 3 months. But our perception, what we have been told, was a mix of, you have to find us in the city, you got to send the email, we didn't have time, there's always something that prevents legislation from moving forward, or there's always an excuse as to why there is something applied to any one of our authorities, only for us to then have to go through this process, get the government involved for him to rectify it. So I think we want to work with you. I think what Pred is asking is, how do we find that middle ground instead of going at each other's throat?
It's like, do we just... Here's the thing. I don't want to go through a process of trying to impeach all you when I think maybe there's a chance that we can work together. But I have no belief that we can work together currently, so why wouldn't I go through with trying to impeach you?
I would say is the rectification is the fact that I am standing here. The
Okay.
old regime has seen there's an issue and there's been a bottleneck, and that new justices are going to be the solution. People who are actively already working with the mayors. I speak with you guys both either every other day or every day, and I promise that is going to keep happening. I can understand that you don't have any faith in me at this time, Brett. I could totally see that, but I hope you can at least see where I was standing, that I was just doing my job at the end of the day of what I believed was right.
You see, that's
I can
my issue.
understand. I do. My promise to your question, to answer it, is the fact that I'm going to keep communicating with you and doing everything I can to make sure we're doing what's best for the city, putting forth legislation and making those changes that we all want to see happen.
Okay.
Is that me
I
being
will also
optimistic?
vouch-
Yes.
I will also vouch for you that when we pulled her out there, she immediately said that she was wrong and wanted to proceed with allowing you back into your position.
I've always wanted a hearing. It was the
is
letter of the
absolutely
law that
willing
was the issue.
Wait, pause. Okay, now I'm really fucking confused. Please help me here.
People can
Because
realize that they might not have
no,
been correct.
I totally get that. I'm going to tell you what happened from our perspective. All right. I heard about this situation occurring. I didn't know, Arcadia, you had made the motion to remove him from mayorship.
Well, that's not necessarily true. It's a bit more complex than that.
Say that.
Yeah,
I said her initial opinion.
I'm the one who was like, this legislation says this, and that was pretty much.
I'm with you. And what I'm getting at is I don't know what the hell happened. I filed a writ. So first, I had a conversation with Hart. I tried to understand and ask the following questions. Number one, who is involved in the decision behind removing Pred? What I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong after I'm done, was that Hart was sleeping, Hollow said that he was not going to get involved, and Angel's on LOA, and the decision was made by the judges. I then said, well, how do I get where did this conversation transpire? Is there receipts? Because we need, I'm not looking, I don't give a fuck if Pred is out. I'm going to be just straight with you, all right? It's not,
At this point, neither do I.
nothing against Pred. For me, it's a principled matter, right? If this process is done outside the bounds of what's written, then this same thing can happen to me. It can happen to you. It can happen for a completely other matter. I'm not okay with that, right?
Well, it can't happen to you because it was a Blaine County.
No. I mean, in that, when I say what can happen, is it gets a little bit more complicated.
Right.
He means
the
the lack of due
legislative
process.
steps.
Well,
Correct.
that's not true either.
No,
and we've already had this.
No, but hold on.
We're not going back to
whatever we believe, right? We believe it was incorrect. I understand you have a different position, right? But the principle wasn't about him, but the principle what we perceived took place. And so we need receipts, because those receipts tell us this person filed it, these people brought it up, these people signed off on it. Then we can do something. We can counter it, right? The response was the judges. I said, well, where are the receipts? It's in government communication. Okay, can we FOIA it? No, you can't for reasons, which, trust me, I understand what the reasons are.
Thank you.
Right?
Yeah.
But the problem is that as much as you say thank you, now it's fucking weird for us, right?
I can appreciate that.
Because now I got to be like, and I'm going to be a little loosey-goosey here. Am I gonna, can I go into this place? Can I get access to it? Am I getting access as Nino Chavez, or like, a special handle that means something else? You know what I mean? Like, what is valid? What isn't valid for this? You get what I'm saying? It gets fucking weird. And now when we discuss it, right, now we're end up in this really awkward position where we're discussing things having happened, and I don't know if who's involved, what was said, at what level that decision was made, and what's the recourse. You know what I mean? How do we even get the list of folks? The answer that I received from Hart, and I said, the only option we got now is to go mass impeach everybody, right? And in that get like depositions and shit to even figure out who did it. All we know, it was just Barrick. No offense. I'm just using it as an example. It was just Barrick.
Sure. Yeah.
But we don't know that. So it becomes a fucking shit show. And the last thing we want to do is file 15 different impeachments, which we got 50 pages of right now.
It's only going to
And
slow
she said,
things
"Do
down
it."
that much more.
She said, go and just do it. And I don't want to put you through everybody through that. I think that's bullshit. I think we all got better things to do as opposed to sit here and say, what the fuck happened? Is there a better route? Like, we're just looking for answers. Is that fair? Do you get kind of see the
completely
perspective?
No,
fair.
that's fair.
So, may I ask who did it?
Unfortunately, can I be okay?
Yeah, please.
Timeline, and second of all, I need a little bit of perspective here from our side. You have seen better than most, Nino, about how no offense to you, Hart, the justices have been difficult to reach. And
Oh
so
god, I
Agreed.
know I was for a bit.
okay,
I'm
thank
working
you,
Oh,
on
yeah.
making
because
it,
there's
but
only
I'm
so
not
many
going to deny it.
avenues we can do
No, I was
when
I
they're
was quite
not
busy.
here.
Yes.
Yep.
So
Agreed.
our hands are kind of tied on that front. We did the best we could. So that one, I'm sorry, man. Like, what are we supposed to do? We have to get a hold of them. We had certain limitations. We were trying to make
I
things move.
agree with you going through the channel. Yeah,
Yeah.
100%.
So the asking for those is very difficult at the same time. I could also understand the frustration 100%. Now for the timeline.
Man, I
And this
just
is
cannot
as
agree
a
with this.
sworn in, official. This is a sworn testimony, right?
As a judge, whether you're a justice or
I
not, you have
went
to have a
in and I
spine
heard
be able
about
to make your own
Kyle's
decisions
trial
with your
and that he
consequences.
was found guilty of a felony.
Mhm.
And I knew about the legislation specifically for Blaine County that had to do with the removal of mayoral office positions if they are not in good standing. I was the
Mhm.
one who brought it to the channels, and Angel agreed with it. At first, it was an impeachment question, and then it was like, do we need an impeachment if it says straight removal? Because there's a difference between removal
Oh.
and impeachment. And we had a conversation having to do with how if any of us as sitting government officials committed felonies, there would more than likely be a removal. It wouldn't be an impeachment process. Doctors, law enforcement officers, elected judges, there would just be, we would all expect it to just be removed. And that was the conversation. Hallow and I were also speaking. He was the one who helped me write the state announcement. By him not contesting it, it was under the assumption that there was two justices well aware of the situation, not arguing with it. And so it was put forward.
He stated to me that he
That was never said to me.
No, 100%. I also thought that he co-signed it. He stated to me that he wanted to stay out of it. And that
he co-signed it?
I don't know, didn't want his
But the
opinion on it.
issue
To which I
was-
told him if he had a problem with it, he should have spoken up then.
Exactly.
That's fine. It's another issue. That's why I yelled at him.
Great.
What
I
the
know how we
fuck?
can fix things. I have.
Well,
I have
let her before you, Fred. Let her continue saying
I
what
thought
happened.
They were done.
And that's kind of where it went. I sent out the state announcement and I didn't hide. I immediately stepped out of the offices and I had a confrontation with a very angry mob.
So, I think that's what we wanted to hear. And I think while reaching, and I'm just going to provide a grievance, right? I'm not saying I'm going to recommend how you guys do things, but rather the grievance that I see with this is if these recommendations and this discussion is taking place in a void that is unreachable to anybody else, and the content of that discussion is not something that that is recorded and available for us to use, it makes defending it, communicating about it, like impossible. And my question that I would bring up is, I agree that they're impossible to reach. I totally do. But if they can't make their way here to talk about it, or for there to be a document that is available on the docket for us to look over, right? It makes it feel very shit.
Yeah.
I think we should have all of our talks together with all parties present, and we can organize that and make that happen.
Yeah.
I know we
But
were talking
I
about
do-
weekly meetings. Or are we still in the mindset of doing that?
100%.
Yeah, I'm down to
Oh,
do
great.
that. But I
Okay.
have a suggestion that I think would make me comfortable. That would actually win.
Oh
me
my
over
God!
Naya. No, Naya. Someone just shot Naya.
What? Oh God.
I'm like, is your idea of meeting
this
and
keeps
journeying this
happening.
right now, Kyle? 'Cause, bro.
No, I'm not committing
Protect
any
the doctor.
terrorism right now. There's no need to.
Is there any
I
doctors
think
in this room?
you guys said that you want a fourth
I
justice.
dated a doctor once.
Correct?
Well, there was
I
already
am
us.
in communications
That
with two others.
hold on real quick.
Mhm.
I think that Naya, Nino, and myself should vote for the fourth justice.
Ooh.
I think
Yeah.
that if we can get someone in your side that we have faith
We
in,
already brought
that'll
this up.
only help rebuild our relationship if you allow the three of us to vote on that
I'm
individual.
just gonna
Uh,
this right here.
that is not how it works.
Stuff it in.
Why not?
Well,
I need
We've
it's
already offered these two positions,
and
and also
and that's fine.
it's a
Just take their
very
keys
Yeah.
like you did me.
Fred,
Well,
we
wait, there are
discussed
supposed
this.
to be 5 seats, isn't there?
We've offered it to others.
Oh,
If you
okay.
need- if you need
Yes.
something-
There
were just
is, Pred, discussion that happened prior to you arriving, in which we brought up the hypothetical, which is not very much a hypothetical, of us pushing a referendum that brings what we're. Well, I don't want to get into it, but I think this is yes. We should talk more on that topic, but we were discussing a referendum for how justices are brought into place, how they are leveled up in the system and whatnot, and that being more through a democratic process, similar to other Western nations.
I agree. Because every other branch of government gets to vote for its, the people
Yeah.
that are at the top. You guys shouldn't be any different when it comes to justices.
Yeah.
It's just like, qualified people, and
Yep.
then they get in.
Justice is an extremely niche position. It is not that
What makes
simple.
them so
I'm-
niche when majority of them didn't wake up for 3 months? I don't get it.
We handle more than you think we do.
I-
But
that-
you're
that's
perfectly happy
fair.
to prop
Enlighten
up
me.
anyone for election, and I
Yeah.
would happily appoint them into a continuing position. And that is how the people that I'm offering this got to that. They've put in a lot of time and proven their
Okay.
commitment to the Department of Justice.
The inherent problem that we
They've
see
proven themselves
is
to you, not the public.
opens the door for
It is
nepotism.
the 3 longest judges outside of the justices, I'll be honest.
If
I
I know
can see the
anything about
nepotism, but it
seniority,
is
you
just
can have
experience.
Yeah.
You can have a dumb fuck that can be a judge for 6 years. It doesn't mean they're a good choice to be making decisions. All right, I
Like-
think that kind of system is asinine. All right, and
It's not
I don't.
immediately how long they've been here. In this case, it happens to be.
So regardless, I didn't want to distract from the previous conversation. It's a good one. We talked about the referendum. Pred, I can fill you in on it.
Is Barrick okay?
You know, they're just dropping like flies.
Oh.
Barrick.
Wow, we are dropping like flies.
Yeah, guys,
Yeah.
we may need to do a food run to
Um,
keep this going.
So,
we have food. We have food. We can.
Thank you so much.
so Arcadia,
I'm just
like
unsure how we're
going back,
planning on working together.
going back to
I
like
just told you. Sorry,
I'm
Nina.
perfectly happy to speak
Arcadia,
to
what
anyone.
you said was more communication. What you told us were what we were looking for 3 hours in this room.
Why didn't you just call me?
We didn't even know you did it.
Oh, that's
to be
fair.
really honest,
I
with
kept
you,
asking.
I understand, and I did not give you the accurate answer. The main thing for me is I did not want to answer on anyone's behalf, and
Why
throw
don't
them
you
under the
just say
bus.
that?
I was happy to, I don't know, just handle the responsibility of discussing it with you.
The
Even if I was
problem-
not the person who made the decision.
But the problem is, and I'm just going to be frank, even throughout this governor conversation, there's been a couple times that you yourself said you were sleeping. We're speaking on behalf of others while not necessarily having the facts. And while I can understand the virtue of, I do similar with my staff. They haven't said a word throughout this entire thing. But there are times where I got to lean on them because I don't have the direct answer. And if I fill in that direct answer, well, now I come across as a liar.
I did work to speak with everyone involved and make sure I was informed on the subject, to be clear. It's not like I just came in here and bullshitted it, but I, unfortunately, yes, was
It is, but it is
I've been transparent
fundamentally
about that.
bullshit, though, right?
I've been very transparent about it.
Well, we're just learning now that Angel was in fact a part of the signers, and Hollow was as well.
She, as Arcadia stated, initially suggested, as we said, going through an impeachment trial. But she was someone who stated agreement with how the legislation was written, along with many others.
I got you.
And it was a large number of us as judges. I think that's where the conversation of judges.
Who was involved?
That was not Angel signing off, to be so clear.
Sure.
Myself, most certainly.
Heart, come on.
Ava, you were there.
You're gonna make me say it. Come on, Heart.
Murray
really
was there.
Ridiculous that you would say that. Come on.
What was
Jesus
that?
Christ.
Which part? She did suggest an impeachment hearing.
She did. 100%.
Okay, you guys say so.
I actually believe it. They've been consistent on that.
I swear on that. She did.
The Hollow thing is shocking to me, to be honest.
Yes. I was surprised that he didn't state that, but I think
that makes it very fucked, right? Like in terms of like trusting.
I sometimes don't understand Hollow, but I think he truly felt that he was doing the wrong thing, staying unbiased, as he had, I believe, he said, spoken with Pred regarding it. I believe he meant well. I don't necessarily agree to it.
Okay, fair, but we have a justice who's lying to us, right? And then
He never,
like
he didn't lie.
he literally no, hold on. When me, Hart, and Hollow were here, he said multiple times that he abstained from it all.
Oh.
So
he did abstain from any decision making, to be clear.
He helped me write the statement, Hart.
But
I'm stating he didn't help with the decision, to be honest. That is true, but he helping with what
see, this is like look, this is why having these folks in the back, do we have our own email chains?
We do.
Yeah.
Yes.
How often do I talk in it?
Rarely,
Not
if
much.
ever.
As necessary.
Okay.
Hey, people that are in email chain with me, have I even said one fucking thing in there?
Not one.
Aside from the fact that you hate using emails, no.
Yeah. So
yeah, I don't. I think we shouldn't use that.
The point I'm trying to
but
draw
what are we
here.
supposed to do?
What you should do is, okay, I know now I'm entering into prescription territory. Consider this a recommendation, and genuinely just a recommendation. I'm going to pretend a long time ago there was a story of a cadet who was blamed for the fall of San Andreas because he liked to play The Witcher. One day, he became a member of High Command, and the first thing he noticed was, hey, why don't we have a way to talk about things that are in the city and those things that are outside of the city? And he said, oh my God, that's a great idea. And then everything changed in that amazing world. So everyone knew what was in and what was out.
For the love of God.
So anytime there needed to be a particular discussion, it would just say, hey, your ass needs to come over here, and then the conversation would happen. So then there would be...
There are conversations that we cannot have here. I will be...
No, hold on. I agree with you, but that's a deflection from the point. This entire thing could have been here, could have been written down, so there was receipts, so it wouldn't be awkward. And I'm sorry I even have to bring up the topic, but it's important for us because that's what we got to work with. Yeah.
Because the entire conversation with the judges happened in person.
That is true. Here's how
did it?
I hate.
But then what about the impeachment and the
awkward.
Well, that has to involve the justices because that was the only avenue I had to reach them.
We have historically utilized our email chain for almost everything because we just have to keep each other informed due to the nature of our position. Even when things occur here, there are very often, it's very often involving everyone, even those who cannot be here at that exact time. That does not mean that talks aren't occurring here, and I strive to do those things here as much as I can.
I hate to interrupt, but if all the parties can't be here, doesn't that mean kind of like, hey, we have to like wait until they all are? Isn't that kind of like logically like, because that's what I do with my team.
I would agree with you if it wasn't months, Pred. It was months.
Things are already slow enough.
Wait, but months, but that's not fair because He lost
Yeah.
his shit in 2 hours, and I can't get my fucking FOIAs for 4 weeks, and
Trust
I
me, I
can't.
know.
Like, I fucking fought, and I got marshals up my ass within the hour, right? So, like, all these things were waiting on you guys, and like, oh, woe is me and woe is that. Like, I get it, but like, in 2 hours, he lost his keys. We can't get a documents in 4 weeks. We can't get like legislation looked at, because of a million different reasons. I'm
It's
still
like things
waiting.
are picked
I'm
and
still waiting for
being picked and
Hollow to
chosen.
reply and say my legislation
Everyone
has
is
passed
human.
the contest period and has been there for a week. You know what I mean?
Which one?
So,
Which one?
it's the market, which by the way got approved. We're getting more than just a warehouse.
Oh,
Apparently
hell yeah.
government's
Okay.
putting a bunch of shit up
I will
there
look at
on
that
food court.
legislation tonight, and I will get back to you tonight.
And I appreciate Arcadia, but I'm
It doesn't solve the problem, I know.
but you get
Sorry,
what
what'd you
we're
say, Nate?
saying, right?
I do.
In 2 hours,
but
this
I'm
guy
also
gets
trying
fucked
to
in the
provide
ass.
solutions because we have to move forward and not just keep
Agreed.
going to the same fucking cesspool. It's
Um,
going to
Why-
suck for all of us.
Do
I
you
understand
want
that
us
we
to
need to
m-
acknowledge? I understand that we need to
Yeah.
acknowledge the issues, but we
Yeah.
also have to move forward. We have to.
Okay, so let's start here. Yesterday, Hot told me to go file impeachments on all you guys as an alternative to finding a middle ground. Dr.
Not
Naya
what
was
I
next
said,
to me.
but sure.
Dr. Naya, what was her response when I said what is the alternative?
Well, you did say go ahead.
Oh, on me? Oh, absolutely. Please God, I don't know why I'm still here.
Yeah.
For fuck's sake, Hart.
I'm still here to do my best.
I didn't
carry
want
the
them to
Department of
do it.
Justice into
I didn't want them to do it. How many pages do you, are written up right now, Michael? Between the
at
writs and
least
the
50.
impeachments.
There's 9 documents.
Yeah. I was actually going to say every 15 minutes, do another one, like push the next one up. And they're not simple. In fact, have you guys seen our petition of writ mandamus?
Is that the one to reinstate Pred?
Correct, which is now double the length now, as more
Oh.
information came up.
which has already been handled by the governor. So there you are. But I'm
no,
not
that's
scared.
not the
If
point.
I
Well,
lose this
that's not the
position,
point.
I can just fuck back off to England with my uncle and get drunk.
That's not funny, Hart.
Until then,
Yeah.
until then, I will do my absolute best to carry the city through the Department of Justice needing to step in. I will do my absolute best to hire judges. I've hired every judge who was in this room. I will do my absolute best to assist with helping lawyers get their keys and be able to function. I do much more than you all might see from here. But if you feel it necessary to remove me from this position,
Yeah,
I wish you luck.
listen. Look, what I'm trying to say here is that we didn't want to do it 2 days ago. We still don't want to do this. Abilene, how long was the impeachment papers you wrote for Angel in month 1?
Like text wise, how long?
Yeah.
We're talking 2 pages, but
Who
this
told
was
you not to
done-
do it?
We've had multiple meetings on it, and we all decided, mainly you being the leader, on deciding not to do it.
I've been holding these guys back over and over because I know that shit ain't good. I'm not looking to dump this shit on you. I don't think it's right. I'd rather have these conversations. But what kind of does kill me a bit is the bring it on attitude. Because I think we need less of this bring it on and let's fucking get into these legal bullshits instead of standing here and being like, how do we find a middle ground?
I'm
Right?
doing my best, am I not, Nino? I stayed for hours after Hala left the other day. I know we did not come to an agreement necessarily, but I have been happy to assist as much as I can. I am trying, and I will continue to do so. But I am not scared of the idea of being impeached. If I feel like
You wanted
I'm
it on
doing
the
my
rest
job
of the
correctly and
judges,
legally,
though.
I will continue to do so.
Yeah, but what about the rest of them?
That is up to them and however you want to handle it. I will do whatever I feel is right within my position.
Okay.
If you disagree, then this is your right to push for an impeachment.
Okay.
If you
That is all.
genuinely believe any of the judges should be impeached, then we, as the DOJ, have to be like, oh,
Yeah.
if you believe it, we can't tell you, oh no,
Well,
don't
wait,
do it.
what I think I'm trying to say, and if someone in the back can give me a better way of phrasing this, is that's not how we want to do it. We rather
Right.
discuss and resolve our issues. Not only is it more timely, is it more conducive to dialogue, but it prevents us from creating more of a divide, right?
Everyone's forcing each other to take the hard road for no
Yeah.
reason.
Yes. Yeah, no, and that's kind of what I was trying to convey to you, Arcadia. I don't.
I appreciate that.
When we
Nino.
were
Thank you.
originally, when it was you and I were talking, is that's
How
what
can you say
happened.
that,
We
Arcadia,
don't
when
want
I'm
to
in
do
this
that.
position because of the thing that you did. I don't understand that.
Because as
That
I
doesn't
said
make sense.
before,
It's just
I was
falling on
still
deaf ears.
doing the job that, from what I understood as the legislation, I brought it
Yeah.
forward to the justices. You know what? That from
Can
the
I-
justices that I got an answer from, they agreed. I was like, okay, this is what's. I was confused why Hollow didn't remove you as mayor at the
So-
hearing. I was genuinely confused. But that doesn't mean I don't want to work with you, Pred.
Guys, I paid an interior decorator. All right, so you're telling me I can go beat up 100
So-
people and get fucking assault and battery, and I'll still be in good standing? Come on, guys. Obviously, we have to flush out what it means, and instead of trying to do that, you chose to fuck me. All right, you made the conscientious choice to fuck me. All right, instead of try and figure out something. All right, so that's why I
So-
have a hard time having faith in you.
That's fine. Then don't have faith in me. But I will work, and I will still work with your
Okay.
office.
I
But I was just doing what I thought as the letter of the law was right, and I'm not gonna.
I got no
apologize for
problem. Look, I got no. Listen, look, I'm not going to throw this all on you. First off, I know you didn't bring it forward. I know it was Cassidy and Ventura. All right.
That's not true.
'Cause they didn't come down after the whole thing. You came up with it first.
They were talking about the legislation having to do with the Blaine County sheriff appointing
Yeah.
the Blaine County mayor appointed the sheriff, and
Which
then
then-
that was when I was made aware of Pred's trial, him getting the felony, and that's when I raised the question of why is a convicted
Good.
felon
Absolutely.
having a
But
mayoral seat.
it's all related, right? And where my question then draws is, if you were the initiator of this, and you, as was stated, went and discussed with Hollow and Hart, and now you have second thoughts.
I've
Then-
never had second thought. I've wanted an impeachment this entire time, and I told that to Pred the moment I walked out of the office. Unfortunately, from the way that the legislation was written, it just seemed very black and white, where it's the removal,
I
which is
see.
separate from impeachment.
I was under the impression you had a change of opinion today on something.
No, I've wanted an impeachment process, a hearing this whole time. It was just the way the legislation was written.
Wait. Okay. So I thought earlier you were saying that you agreed that the way the keys were removed was wrong.
Yeah,
Am I right?
that's what
Okay.
I thought I heard too.
Okay.
So the legislation was written a specific way where if they're not in good standing in the mayoral seat, they are to be removed. That is not verbatim, but what it pretty much says.
All right, the way it's written, I could be in bad standing if I had a bum fucking knee. I mean, I
It
don't
is a
understand the point.
universally understood, if you're a government sitting official, if you commit felonious activities, you're not in good standing. Can
But
we
I'm
not be sweaty over
Yeah, I'm
this,
not even
please,
talking-
for the
wait,
love
I'm
of
not
God?
What do you
even
mean not
talking
be
about
sweaty
that.
over it when there's... All right, hold on. Just because it's a felony doesn't mean it's a felony. I paid an interior decorator.
What?
Okay. What do you mean? What are you laughing about?
Wait,
It's
wait,
a felony in definition, but
wait.
I paid a fucking interior
I'm sorry that you didn't murder a bunch of people, Pred. It was
There's-
wrong to say.
According to you,
No.
I might as well have.
Hold on.
And that's
But-
why we have to have
Yo,
discussions.
detective,
It's why
thank
I
you
don't
the
have
prime
faith in you
sub.
guys. Because how
Man-
do all of you
Can
come
we let
together to
Naya
have a
finish her
discussion?
point?
Yeah. Let's let
Please?
Naya.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I understand that you, at the time, you felt like you were doing the correct thing. All of that. That's just not. I'm not saying no.
Right.
I'm saying at this moment, I thought that you had indicated that you felt that, oh, now with the knowledge you have now, how it was done, it was incorrect. Correct?
Okay. So clarification, I just don't agree with legislation.
Okay. Can I ask you something?
Okay.
So I everyone here is fucked on the impeachment anyways. It's not like you're going to oversee it. So can we talk about this legislation? Because I am genuinely, don't take this the wrong way.
Does someone have food? We're gonna be here for a while.
And don't take this the wrong way. I genuinely question
Thank you.
the ability of anyone reading this legislation who believes it has to do with the mayor to have a even an elementary level of understanding of the English language and its syntax. Now, I want to just and I felt so from my position so gaslit by being told that this has anything to do with anyone other than the staff, and I actually believe that maybe my entire team also was possibly in an echo chamber, to the point that I inserted this entire legislation into multiple AI programs, and they also agreed that this had nothing to do with the mayor. And specifically, I would like to understand how y'all believe it is the case when it states in the very beginning of the detail section, all positions held within the office of the mayor will be of equal standing to one another and under the mayor. So by de facto, this is talking about positions held within the office under the mayor.
I agree. I understand your point, Nino, but I'm gonna be like a little bit of an asshole here. Even the governor kind of agreed with the fact that the mayor is part of the office of the mayor.
He didn't, because we did not, hold on, we did not move past the introduction line. And we began with the introduction line. He made a point, which I actually agreed with, but we did not continue on with the rest of the document. Am I incorrect to say that we didn't move on with the rest of the document?
That's totally correct. I actually whispered to you that we should bring that up.
He said he agrees that it could be interpreted the way it was.
Based on
Correct.
the
first line, yes.
Which Nino agreed with, but we had additional points to cover that we were told we would come back to and did not.
Yes. So I think it would be a misstatement to say the governor agreed with the entirety of the document when we covered the first sentence. Anyone disagree with that? Okay. Now, so going back.
Yes.
I do. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just thinking of a way to articulate it.
Yeah, go ahead. So
I'm a little cooked at the moment. Murray, help me out here. We've
Yeah,
been talking about this.
The governor was pointed to the line that was referred to. Through this about the whole good standing part, he said how good standing may need defining, but he
Today?
also yeah, he did say that. Yeah,
I listen.
That's
I
good
was the one
standing.
communicating with him. I have the reference here to which I talked to him about. I only referenced the first line. We didn't even go over the 6 others.
but he was pointed to. He even asked for what line Pred was removed by, and it was pointed out to him. Hallow gave him the report number. He asked for the report number. If you don't remember that, that's on you. He was referred to it.
Hold on, if I may. All right, so the whole conversation started with, does this even apply? We went over the first line and didn't go over any second, third, and fourth points, and we ran with the assumption that it does apply. After
Correct.
the it does apply phase, then it goes into the argument you're making, Judge. But we're circling back before that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Essentially.
Can I ask the point of this though? Because unfortunately, we're coming back. Well,
absolutely,
wait, let me finish. The reason why I'm asking this though is because we're clearly not going to agree on this. We, as the DOJ, were under the impression that we were to interpret the law, and we acted accordingly.
Absolutely.
In a court of law.
So as you know, we said we want to close the bridge, right? So what we're trying to do here is this side of the table has no idea how y'all reach the conclusion that this has to be, that this is inclusive of the mayor. So we're giving you our perspective of why it doesn't make any sense, and I'd love to hear back as to why you believe it is.
I can go rob a liquor
Is that
store
fair?
and get more due process than I can as a seating mayor. It's
That sounds
ridiculous.
wonderful.
Well, I mean, it's the truth. Like I could go knock over a liquor store with the goddamn boys with a hostage right now, request a bench trial, and get more due process than I did as the seating mayor, and that's my issue. That's my issue.
You violated a court order that was very clearly stated on the docket. I don't like. I fail to see your argument on that.
Okay, he
what
failed
do you mean
it.
You fail to see my argument? All
It was
right.
very clearly
There's so
written
many.
that you were not to touch the funds.
I
and you
told
did.
you. All right. I told you. I applied to be in the felony diversion program. All right. I told you
That
that I
is
was put
judicial
off by
discretion.
Hollow. That is judicial discretion. That is.
If he wanted to
how
get
is it
you,
judicial
he would
discretion when it's my human right? I've never been convicted of any felonies.
The federal
Read
program
the
isn't a human
law.
right.
Right, it's not a human right.
I
It is
can't
up
read
to
the
judge.
law. I don't have fucking keys.
All right, let me find it for you.
Okay. So going back to, I don't know what this alcohol thing's about. But Arcadia, does that answer the question? Why I think this
Yes,
is
I do
a
appreciate that
important
insight.
conversation?
I can understand if it's
Yeah.
more about us
So-
coming to a playing field. I'm going to just say it was our understanding. We were of a genuine consensus that
So-
the mayor. We felt the mayor is part of the mayoral office. That is pretty
Sure,
much where the conversation ended.
But is that
I'm
in the
trying to
purview of the
understand.
DOJ?
Hold on. I am trying. Yes, it is. I am trying to understand just in the details, right? It states all positions held within the office of the mayor will be of equal standing to one another and under the mayor. To interview for one of these positions, interested parties must submit a resume to the mayor that includes a minimum of the blah, 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 right? When the document details in and of itself is referencing positions held within the office of the mayor and under the mayor, where is how are y'all deriving that this is a document inclusive to the mayor? That's all I'm asking. Where is the derivation coming from in lieu of the sentence? Furthermore, in the grounds for dismissal, should any member of the Blaine County Mayor's Office, which was previously defined in details, be found no longer in good standing, yada da da da, they'll be removed from their position. But furthermore, the next sentence reads, additionally, the mayor of Blaine County reserves the right to remove any person who holds one of the aforementioned
That's
positions
a very separate sentence.
for any reason they see fit. So
That's a separate sentence that occurs to a separate instance.
So how are you? Where is the derivation coming from?
The second
It's
part
from the
is,
inclusivity of the term.
Yes, and the second part is.
So break it down from the
additionally, it's an
beginning.
Entire separate.
Break it down from the beginning. How are you getting the mayor as a subject matter of this legislation?
When I mean, when referring to the mayor's office. That
Which
is
sentence?
the
Point at the
entirety of
line,
the
please.
Unfortunately, it's coming down to the now a semantics where again we came to a consensus that the inclusivity of the terms was including the mayor. You will not agree with this. We will not agree with this, and unfortunately, we're going to probably be at an indifference and an impasse at this one.
I agree with you. I'm just trying to understand what line.
I don't think you will.
He's
I'm
asking if
telling
we
you, I
can-
don't.
How can we logically poke holes in each other's argument to find a middle ground? All right, because what you guys keep doing is you're asserting something, all right, without it being properly held in the court of law.
We've also had conversations about trying to streamline things and not being so nitpicky about our legislation.
Agreed.
And this is a great example of that.
I
It
don't
was
think that's
under-
fair.
I do. And I think it's because of this term, the term of, the office of the mayor. We were including the mayor, and that is where the decision
So
came from.
being a mayor gives me
No.
less rights than somebody robbing a
Well,
liquor
that's
store.
not
look,
what is
Pred,
being
Pred,
said.
please let me just give me a fucking second. Arcadia, I don't think it's nitpicking because people need to be able to read legislation, not just people in this room, right? And what I'm asking, I think, is a very fair question, which is how is the DOJ, what line are they reading here that makes them believe that this document is inclusive to the mayor's office, to the mayor? And all I'm asking is point me to the line so I can understand the logic. I don't think it's unfair to ask, how are you deriving it? Show me the work.
I've tried to already explain this to you, and clearly my answer isn't good enough for you. If you
I'm
wanna
sorry. Say
continue
it.
to throw
Please,
your hat in-
no,
yeah,
no, no. Please,
Emma.
please say it again, Arcadia. And look, there's been a lot of yelling in the room. That's why I'm trying to clear it up so I can hear you.
appreciate
Let me
that.
see if I can answer it in a way. You're looking for a line. There is no line. What it is that when you say the mayor's office inherently, that would include the mayor because it's the mayor's office, right? But the way it's written, it reads that it's just pertaining to staff. Because honestly, that's how I read it too. But when you look at it, that's what the law is. You can
Yeah.
interpret things different ways, right? But when you say the mayor's office, that inherently that would include the mayor because it's his office. So that's how it can be interpreted. Do you understand?
The
So it's not
exact
a
line in question is the one that you're
Right.
looking for.
Right.
Can I ask a question?
Please, yeah, go ahead.
For my own understanding, because, and please don't take this disrespectfully or that I'm trying to like belittle your argument there anyway,
No,
but like
of course.
we have our understanding of how we interpret this piece of legislation, and we were able to analyze it and come up with like 4 or 5, 6 points of why we believe linguistically and legally it states XYZ, and we're able to point those out to you. And what I'm curious is you're saying that because it is the office of the mayor, that it is inherently inclusive of the mayor. So how is it that you interpret the particular line, and forgive me, I don't have my MDT up at the moment, but Nino quoted it a minute ago about the office of the mayor being inherently under the mayor? How does that then include the mayor from your point of view?
All right, then examples is the chief of police a part of the LSPD? Is the chief justice formally a part of the Department of Justice? These positions may be at the top, but that doesn't mean they're not a part of the department.
Sure, but it specifically defines the office of the mayor as being under the mayor. So
Yeah.
No,
like
it doesn't.
I feel like
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
It defines the positions as being under the mayor.
let
Okay.
me pull up my thing here quickly just so I can make sure I'm
Yeah.
quoting the right thing.
All positions.
All positions held
Yep, go
within
ahead.
the office of the mayor. All positions held, which would, by your assertion, include the mayor. All positions.
Yes.
Will be of equal standing to one another and under the mayor. The mayor cannot inherently be of equal standing to his cabinet
Yeah.
or under himself. All positions held within the office of the mayor. Therefore,
Yeah.
logically, by an understanding of the English language, the office of the mayor is inherently the cabinet and the people under him. He
Yeah.
cannot be under himself. He cannot be of equal standing with his cabinet. And
Yeah.
it is inherently all positions.
What she's saying is
Again-
it's self-defined in the document.
I would like to point out a keyword in the document in the grounds for dismissal. And again, this is a gray area, I admit that, but it leans more towards our side. And that keyword is employee in the paragraph located under grounds for dismissal. I feel that if this was intentionally written for the mayor himself, that would say employee or the elected or something similar to that than
Yeah.
that, because the mayor is not an employee.
Yeah.
Now you can say, well, that only pertains to a partition of the paragraph, and okay,
I don't see the word employee within grounds for dismissal.
No, it's in the second sentence that
In
we're
the
not
second sentence,
talking
but the
about.
second sentence is a separate sentence. The second sentence refers
But
to
if the
mayor
subject
being
matter
able
was
to
different, it
remove
would be a
others. It
separate
does not
paragraph. If
state
we're talking
for-
about semantics,
it is just a separate sentence that refers to a separate right.
then it would be a
That's
separate
not
paragraph.
delineated though, really, and because it's all talking about one thing as far as the beginning assumption is, and
Yeah.
it should say employee or elected or employee or
Right.
mayor, because we can all agree that the mayor's not an employee, right? There's no argument. Okay.
The separating the second sentence would be reasonable if that second sentence didn't reference the first one, which it does. So you can't really dissect those two.
I mean, it leads with additionally. It's a continuation of the subject matter of the previous sentence.
It could be a continuation of the entire document. That doesn't necessarily mean that
It can't linguistically.
qualifies based on the one before it.
I mean, I think another thing that's key to point out here is regardless of how it is that either side of us interprets it, the very first paragraph, the introduction, uses the words guidance, guidepost, guidelines, and explicitly acknowledges that these standards may not be applicable to every single administration.
But legislation is law.
According
Except
to
when it calls itself a guideline, like
yes,
this one.
and according to Justice
It is still
Angel,
law.
I don't want to get into the guideline one. I want to, I only wanted to point, because there's a lot of other ways we can dice it up. The reason I took umbrage with, the sweatiness and da-da-da-da-da, we equally feel the same way, is that if a document which in our eyes, right, is so clearly meant to give guidelines on staff in the mayor's office is now being interpreted to be inclusive of the mayor, that to us is playing into pedantics. And I feel like the underlining evidence that we have of that is you guys can pull up your phone, open up ChatGPT, Perplexity, whatever you want, and you can ask it if what it thinks.
You know what's funny, Nino, is I actually did that earlier.
Yeah.
And you want to know what it gave me?
Yeah, what did you ask it?
I asked, who is part of the mayor's office of a city? And it said, the mayor's office in a city typically consists of the mayor and their staff.
But did you ask
I
it in
don't
the context
understand.
of this particular piece of
No,
legislation?
I quite literally, I gave it zero context. I said, who is considered to be in a mayor's office? And it said, the mayor and their
Based
staff.
off that legislation.
I don't understand your point.
That's like asking it who works at who's the waiter at Carrabba's? Well, it's my waiter at Carrabba's. Obviously, that's the type of response you're gonna get.
My fucking god. All right, sure. Whatever I want to take.
What we're saying here is that this document self-defines itself to be is exclusive to the staff and not inclusive of the mayor.
I think again we're going
I
to
ask
disagree
AI
on
if
this
I'm
one.
gay every day, and it says
But
no.
I
That's
should
how I
try
know
that.
I'm straight.
Kyle,
Okay.
but you can't cite a piece of legislation as a basis for doing something and then say that your basis for doing something isn't grounded in the legislation, but because ChatGPT told you the mayor's office includes the mayor. If you're going to use legislation to do something, then you have to actually examine the legislation and its definitions
I agree
contained within.
Okay, well, the ChatGPT argument came from Nino first. That was the joke. Unfortunately, it was a poorly said joke. I think the point is, as the DOJ, we need to stand by the legislation that's in place, right?
Agreed.
That's
Yeah.
yes. So, unfortunately, this piece of legislation is very vague and not the best written. But unfortunately, we do still have to stand by it. And while we can recognize there are issues with it from our side and yours, that's where our impasse is coming, because we are thinking in the global terms of
I'm gonna lose it.
Well, it might be.
I'm gonna lose it.
It might be removed. We're gonna find out in the next.
we're working
24
on it.
hours.
Might as well be repealed already.
I'm
in my
gonna-
book.
It might already be repealed.
It's being interpreted
but-
on the fly without going to court.
It's okay,
I'm
bro.
gonna
not
fucking
It's
lose
okay,
it.
Fred.
I'm
It's
gonna
okay.
lose my mind.
Hey, come here,
you
buddy.
I'm
Give me
going
a
to
hug, buddy.
lose my
Give me a
That
mind.
hug,
is
buddy.
not
It's
what I
vague,
said,
but we
Kyle.
we
You
interpreted
just-
on the fly without going
It's
to court.
not
I'm
what
gonna
I
lose my fucking
said.
mind.
Can we please
I
wrap
have a
this up?
medical emergency to attend. If anything productive comes out of this meeting, please
Absolutely.
let me know.
There won't be.
Hey.
I'll talk to you about
Yeah.
your
Hey,
legislation
Naya, before you go.
later, Naya.
Yeah.
Yes, Brad.
So
Yeah.
what I'm hearing out of all of this
Hey, you're looking good.
is, in order to future-proof all
no problem.
legislation, every term should be defined out to prevent
I'm
interpretation.
gonna lose my mind.
That's
Luckily,
exactly the
my
opposite
staff
of
has
what we've
been
been-
doing it from the very beginning. You know, this is why, our staff, despite some of the bullshit going on, has had very... He lost it. Heart attack.
Fred,
Head
get up.
exploded.
What I'm hearing here is that everything should be defined instead of left to
Unfortunately,
interpretation.
it's seeming that's going to be the avenue
Yeah.
that we have to take if that's the argument
Here
that
we
we're
go.
dealing with
Good
right now.
resolution right there.
It's
Look at
a
that.
terrible resolution and
No,
going
it's
completely
awful,
against
and everyone's going
everything
to
that we've been
suffer.
talking about for weeks, Nino.
We were meant to simplify things and streamline.
Well, but the thing is, with all due respect, if members of the DOJ have, like, in
Jesus Christ,
are self-defining words, then you have to define it. No.
Simplification doesn't necessarily mean making processes easier.
Yeah.
We still need to be able to have dialogue and differences over stuff. So because some
Yeah.
things, not
Shut
all
up,
things
Kyle,
can be
you're
treated
dying.
the same.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Are you saying that defining terminology is
No, I'm not
is
saying.
that-
I'm sorry. I'm
Okay, that's what I
saying
thought you
that-
said.
I'm sorry. No, I apologize. That what came across wrong. I'm fucking cooked right now.
Okay.
I think it's just my fear is that we're going to go down a very, very deep rabbit hole, and
I don't think.
I think that might
do you-
be the
okay,
one that
look,
we
look
have
at
to
our look at
do.
our
Yeah, no shit,
legislation.
Barrick.
Look at the legislation that Los Santos County has posed. Now, I will tell you one thing, and this is probably one of the things that has triggered me, and I'm very happy about the recent announcement that was put out. Is we were told that our shit was too simple, and then we were told it was too complicated, and then
Okay,
it kept
whoever told
going.
you it was too simple,
Shut the fuck up,
lied.
Barrick.
I
And
don't give a shit.
what
I'm just being honest with you.
what I if you look at its current way that we write it, I think we've been ensuring that any terminology that can be confused is very well detailed, and that the flow of the documentation is very to the point. Is there anything that's in Los Santos County legislation that you find confusing? And I'm asking this to see if we need to make some alterations on our side.
I'm sorry. Can you ask that one more time, Nino? I'm
Yeah.
so sorry.
The legislation that we've written, if you look at the last 15 or so, are any of those outside the bound of confusing or too complex? And if so, can you point at one?
Considering that I'm going to be looking at this from the eyes of a justice,
I'm about to cook.
and I'm going to
Yeah,
look
we
over
might not be the
everything
best
on the
to be
City
on this
Hall
table.
tab for like, give me like 72 hours.
Yeah.
Can I answer that question in 2 days?
Well, I mean, if you don't have one now, that's a good sign, right?
Like, I just genuinely don't have an opinion, I'll be honest.
Okay. All right. Art?
We just handle things as they come. I don't think anything has been too convoluted that I've seen yet. Admittedly,
agree.
some of the
Yeah.
you're stating there's many pages to these impeachment documents. I'm sure someone will struggle through those, but that's all right. However, I do think that sometimes we get very caught up in these processes and need to remember to try to expedite them. But I think honestly, we've landed in a place that will speed things up. So currently, I think things are
Hey,
good.
can I say something that's important?
Of
Yes.
All right. I want you guys to imagine our life as a TV show. All right.
Oh God.
Imagine we actually have conversations about topics at hand, and if people were to see it, how much more interesting that would be than just driving around a car, standing by, saying, "Hey, I wish I wasn't doing this job."
Oh,
like
fuck you,
years
Fred. I don't
ago."
want to talk to you.
I mean, hey, guys,
Yeah.
hear me out. What you say is the issue is actually not the issue, because it makes our lives and our jobs that much more entertaining for me. Okay. And I really fucking think that, you know, if we just say, hey, let's streamline the process so that there's less of it, then guess what? We all fucking lose. So let's lock the fuck in. We're going to have disagreements. Okay.
Can we just make content?
No,
is what he's
I'm
saying.
hearing this. I think he's here.
Absolutely.
Everyone, let's
Yeah.
make some fucking content. Let's fucking
Okay.
go.
Okay,
I've
because
been
like
drinking this whole time.
I just
so
want.
shut
Can
the
I?
fuck up,
Hart.
Oh, when am I getting my
Talking
FOIAs? By the way.
Bro,
Oh, God,
I
see,
gotta talk
that's
to
not
fucking.
content.
Okay,
That's
that,
something
I
about
swear
it
to
for
God,
live
okay, you know what? On this, I
TMDT,
went to the
slow.
marshals and I was like, I'm done being your fucking middleman. Figure your shit out and get it to him. If not,
Yeah.
we need to do ACR.
ACR. Okay. I would like to make one final statement here, is that I am going to admit, in front of the new. I was holding this from Angel for a while. I know she's been making these accusations, but with you being the new justice, I am a member of CG.
Oh my God, Kyle.
Oh, me too. Perfect.
Yeah. What?
Sorry, that's Cantor. Never mind.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Sorry. It's been a long day.
I'm good.
Tell that bitch that I'm cabbing a gang. Tell that bitch that I'm cabbing a gang. Tell that bitch that I'm cabbing a gang.
I'm really glad
Tell
that I've been
bitch that I'm
drinking for the
cabbing a
past 3
gang.
hours.
Know what it is when you see me. Chain on my neck says CG. You know what it is when you see me. Chain on my neck says CG. Nino's clean, no case ever sticks. Mayor of the city, dodging their tricks. Michael writes laws, keeps the gang tight. Audit your life, make sure it's alright. Abilene steps in, briefcase on fire. Courtroom killer, raising the bar higher. Maeve keeps us sane when the pressure's high. Therapist queen, mind sharp as a knife. Junior got businesses running on top. Flip it or flop it, he always make bank drop. Archibald lurking, chopping in the dark. Don't test the silence, he'll hit the mark. Tilly claims she's the best behind the wheel. Chaos in motion, but the crew knows the deal. Bitchin' at Nino, steering with flair. Still wrecks, but swear she's beyond compare. Corolla's new but takes the heat. Dodging Nino's kicks, staying on beat. Archie Archer, loyal to the plan. Push Nino to mayor, never saw the man. Yelled it hard, spiraled fast. Threw himself in traffic.
If anyone comes through this door saying meeting adjourned, I swear to God.
I think I called Archie's death. And you know what? That's unfortunate.
Tell that bitch that I'm cabinet gang. Tell that bitch that I'm cabinet gang. Tell that bitch that I'm cabinet gang, gang. Tell that bitch that I'm cabinet 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 gang.
It's the most fun I've had in
Nice.
5 months.
That was
Nice,
perfect.
guys. Really
Yeah.
beautiful. Well done, everybody.
AI is the
I
future.
needed that. That was extremely
That was
impressive.
actually really, really well
Which, mind you, we are replacing the DOJ with AI in the next
amazing.
4 weeks or
Oh,
so,
thank fucking
depending.
God.
Yeah.
All
so,
right, we're free.
all
I
right.
just want to go sell weed, guys.
All right.
Oh, that
Legally.
sounds terrible too.
What?
Probably.
Just want to go
Anyways,
drink.
is there anything else we have to talk about
I
before I go?
mean, I'm down for
dive into
whatever if you
paperwork?
guys want to chat. Wait, so like,
Mm-hmm.
how do you know who the justices are?
It's me,
You guys
as of
gonna
right now,
announce it?
Hart, and Hallow
three of
for
us.
right
We
now.
should
Yes,
get
yeah.
them mocking jays. Like
What?
pendants.
Like, ooh, not a bad
I'm
idea.
sorry. Do
Uh,
I look like
from
fucking
Hunger
President
Games?
Snow to you, bitch?
We are.
Yeah.
We have offered the position to
Such a
2
cunt.
other individuals, one of which is accepted, but is currently not here to actually.
He's on
announce it,
Halloween.
and I-
Sorry, too soon.
Okay.
That's, all right.
So
that's
it's going to be the
crazy.
other Grayson, and then who
and
else?
and then the other one is still considering it.
All right, guys, cat's out of the bag. Well,
Shut the
here's
fuck
my
up,
story.
Well, there we
Hey,
are.
my dog.
All right.
I'm
No,
Okay.
actually, it's Den Shiesty. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh,
I'm
that's
assuming.
how it
We
is.
actually we saw that
Oh.
coming. To be honest, we've been talking about it.
It's
Yeah.
actually Brian Knight. Surprisingly, I know you mentioned him earlier. I think he'd be a great fit.
He,
within the Department
I
of
was
Justice.
well. I genuinely
fuck that
speaking,
guy.
according to legislation, he is the only other individual other than Pred and Soze
can
that
run the marshal's office.
exactly. Yeah, and
I'm gonna
Yeah.
have a
What
fucking
mentor is
aneurysm.
that?
Oh well,
Guys, if someone says
ooh,
his
that's
name one more
awkward.
time, he's gonna
Hello.
show up.
I would
Okay,
much
let's
rather
relax.
step down from being
Brian
married
Knight,
to
Brian
do
Knight,
that.
Brian Knight. Is he like Beetlejuice?
Stop.
I don't
Soze,
think he's
Soze,
coming back
Soze.
anytime soon. I think he's bored.
My dad.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I mean,
You have
have
a
you
father?
seen the police force
Oh,
here?
sorry.
Like genuinely,
Oh,
like genuinely,
shambles.
like
Far
the
too-
when
far
is
too
the
pussy.
last time a cop
Barbaric.
has gone to a court case and not floundered on basic probable cause on the basis of their case?
I had a guy.
Listen, I
Like-
didn't think you needed PC for a search warrant, guys. I don't know what to tell you.
I
Yeah.
had a guy that fucking flipped out because I questioned him, and he tried saying I had to talk to Kyle Pred, so of course I'm gonna lie.
That's a hell of an
Surely.
Yeah.
argument.
Yeah.
The city we live in is not doomed, and everything will be fine, guys.
Oh, absolutely.
Surely.
This isn't
Jesus.
a dystopia or anything.
We
Not
may
at all.
argue about semantics, but at least
Barrick,
we're
you got
people
lucky
who
when
care
you
to
were
read
chief.
things.
You know,
Is that right?
yeah.
Pred, will you get your shit
Apparently.
together
I
for
had
the
you
love
in
of
my
God?
fucking
Pred.
sights. I had you always in my sights for
We've
that
been
guy
standing
you
here
got
for
killed.
4 hours. Is
There-
there
I don't even know
anything
what you're
else?
talking
There
about.
is something that we should discuss at some
The
point,
second verse? Oh.
and
Oh.
I actually
God,
have
I
a
hope
whole
so.
track on PC, by the way. At some point, I'm
Oh,
sure I
sick.
can
Oh,
send it to you
thank God.
guys.
I can't wait.
The legislation right now, it's there's 70 pieces of legislation. At some point, it would behoove us all to actually make a tree of what is
I
deriving
absolutely
from
agree.
what.
It's a
Okay.
a disaster to look through.
And
That's great.
horrible.
Where would we put that? Is the issue? 'Cause it
Already
would be
working
drowned out
on
by
it.
legislation. Oh, thank God.
Oh,
Yeah.
God bless
okay.
you.
Let us know how we can help.
Absolutely. And the reason I
Hopefully
bring
I'll
that
be
up
able
is
to
some
see
of
it
these
soon.
conversations, including the one today, right, is the self-referencing thing. Regardless of where we stand with this mayor thing, right? Where does it derive from? One point that I want to have you guys chew on, I get you guys had a position, but there was a statement made that the impeachment process was non-mandatory. I think at some point, take a look at the document we sent you guys, the writ, and you'll find that it is not only it is not optional, it is mandatory by definition.
I
As-
agree. I'm going to go through all the legislation
Yeah.
and make sure that's up to date.
Yep.
So you might see some changes coming on the docket of making sure there's nothing like that that could happen again. There needs to be the impeachment process.
Yes, and the reason is very simple. It's the only one derived off the Constitution for petitioning. Whereas you'll notice that this one is not. So,
Arcadia, if I could throw one more caution your way. There are numerous instances in the existing legislation where one thing is defined in one piece of legislation and defined entirely differently
In
elsewhere.
another.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a passion project of mine. Probably it's gonna take me like a month to go through it all, but I hope to rectify
already
that.
We have like a 24-page assessment of all the existing legislation.
Yeah.
And if
Michael,
we could
can
work
we meet
together,
tomorrow and talk about that? Is that possible?
of course. Yeah, I'll be
That'd be
around.
great.
Let you have
Is-
that one.
You should try and have Archie.
Yeah,
If
I
you need my
got
help,
you.
Let me know.
Yeah. Well, let's pause on that one, Michael. No offense, Arcadia. Let's let this stuff get sorted first.
Yeah, fair.
And then what can be thrown on top of that is the entire penal code was reviewed by my staff. As
gonna
that
go
penal
now.
code is
Good night,
not
Fred.
all
You have a good night about the
constitutional.
spreadsheets.
You guys
Good
don't
night,
need to get the
Kyle.
door for
Good
me. I'm
night.
just gonna mechanic under it.
Oh,
Yep.
perfect. Yes.
Yeah. So the penal code itself is not all legislatively and constitutionally backed.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
I'd be interested to
Yeah.
see it. We will
Yeah.
handle things as we hear the arguments.
It's
Yeah.
I don't want to say it's nitpicky because it's not, but
Mhm.
at the end of the day, for something to be a charge, there has to be legislation that backs it. Because at the end of the day, there is no crime if there is no law, right?
There might be some things we disagree on, but we might also find that there are some that are just sitting in the penal code with no reason. So
Yeah,
I'm,
And I'll be
I'm
honest,
happy
yeah.
to review all of it.
If it's only going to help the public, I can't see having like a proper penal code written down in legislation actually causing more harm than
Yeah.
good. It will be
Agreed.
work, but
IFACs.
it'll be fine.
the IFAC argument, right?
The what?
God. No.
Why are IFACs illegal? No
I
legislation
have a
says they're
lot
not.
of thoughts on this,
Yeah,
but
I'm
I wrote
sure
the
you do,
medical
Mark.
portion of the Constitution. So
Fuck up.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Anyways,
because they cannot be purchased. They are merely items that are subsidized for government employees, and are therefore only allowed to be possessed by those individuals.
what's the legislation backing it? That stands.
I don't want people to be robbed. That's it's constitutionally, I think that would
But there's
violate
no
a few of
harm
their
in
rights.
having it written down. Well, you're right.
I don't
do
disagree.
agree with
I
you.
don't
There's
disagree.
no harm in having it written
No,
down.
we
and
could
legislated.
absolutely
Yeah.
we could absolutely write it down. I have thoughts on that it should be illegal, but if there are holes in the current existing legislation regarding it, that's absolutely
Yeah. I mean, keep in mind there was a justice going around saying to sell IFACs, helicopter repair kits, and other
Tweezers.
shit out of the armory. So,
Oh God, who?
well, she's not in her position anymore. But
I
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a
as
little
much
Wait.
as some people might not agree, I have had disagreements with her, although I
Okay.
respect everything she's brought. So
Is-
if that's true,
We're talking about Angel, right? And
I
because she's a marshal now.
there's like no other. Was there any other female justices before? Everyone quit really fast. I don't know.
yeah, there were. Yeah, there was a bunch of them.
Well, I mean, I think since the
Since
restructure.
the most recent government. I think it was just us.
I got no idea. So what happens with the marshals right now?
We are going to
Legally.
talk about that.
We're still in a
They're
transition period where
disbanded.
Angel is,
I think
Well,
that
the
might
justices
be.
should just be in control of them.
We'll talk, and I
There's
will let you
still-
guys know. We have to look through legislation with them. And
That
There's still a
is
police
actually you're right,
department
Barrett.
underneath the Department of Justice.
Yeah,
as according to the
technically they
Constitution.
work for you. Look at that. They didn't yesterday.
Yeah,
now they definitely do.
technically follow under our
Oh
jurisdiction.
shit.
I suppose
Actually,
so.
Arcadia,
There you
can
go.
you tell your fucking staff already to give me my fucking FOIAs?
Oh, fucking
Now you're responsible directly.
They also owe me $40,000. Just
I mean, they've been responsible. It's been in legislation since the inception.
Well,
of
no,
this.
no, but now she's a
but
justice.
Now that I can hold them more
Yeah.
accountable. I was a judge before. I'm
Oh.
a justice now. It's different.
That's true.
Yeah.
I will see what I can do.
And I really do
still-
hope you get access to their reports because I think it's dumb as fuck that justices can't see it. Like,
I think
that's so
justices should
cool.
at least see it.
There is a very awkward line that we have found ourselves trying to land on, where the position of judge used to be beyond reproach in every way.
Oh, that's right.
It is technically no longer. I personally would consider my position to be beyond reproach and would strive to work within those boundaries. However, we have decided to allow the marshals a level of oversight over us in case someone were to not follow those guidelines. However, I think it's more than reasonable that the people that we appoint to justice should have some level.
Absolutely.
It's a very awkward
Yeah,
one.
Because
I'm gonna legislate that. That's crazy.
yeah, how the hell do you know you literally allow for corruption? You know, at that point.
I mean, it's a tough one, right? Because we don't.
It's not.
Obviously, if it was ever found out, someone would be immediately fired. But the parameters have changed from in the past regarding that.
And I guess like my general argument is you can't find out unless you have access.
That's the fucking hard one, and that's why marshals have oversight in some regards.
Yep. All right. Easy. Well, we'll hold our impeachments. To be honest, I'll talk with the squad, but look, it was never a threat. I want to make it clear, but rather the only option to get answers, and I think we got a lot of those answers today.
I understand. Either way, no matter whether it's on the table or not, I'm happy to continue trying to assist. But we will just continue trying to work together.
Okay, easy. And I apologize for snapping at you, Barrick. It's just too easy, you know?
Oh my God.
We have that kind of relationship. All right.
All right. I think we all have plenty on our plates.
All right.
Perfect.
all
Yes,
right.
drinking.
Okay. All right.
Sir,
I ran out.
Racetrack?
What do you mean you ran out?
I ran out, and
All right.
I've been. This meeting's been too important.
Actually, Corolla needs keys.
Oh, okay.
To
Can you
what
just show me how to do that?
baby girl. I don't know if you have.
Anyone else need
Your
keys?
honors.
Just the,
Good meeting, guys.
it's
Thank
the
you so
city
much.
Council.
Arcadia, when the dust settles,
Yes.
give me a call, yeah.
Correct? All
Yeah,
right, perfect.
absolutely. I appreciate you, Michael.
Corolla, what's your state ID?
Nino, I think I need mine too, I guess.
Yeah, Tony needs keys as well.
All right.
Can
let
we
me
get
just write
juniors
both
as
these
well
down.
while we're here? Does he have to be?
Yeah. Let's get juniors.
3423.
423. And what's your full name so I can get you tags?
Carola Gamboa. CAROLA GAMBOA.
Perfect. All right.
I also. Oh yeah. Once we add everybody, I want there's 2 more removals I need to do.
Okay. Perfect. And this is I can usually get to this quite quickly even if I can't stay for meetings. So feel free to email me if you ever need these as well. All right. And Tony, was it? What's your full name and state ID?
Tony Long, 10167.
Are you gone?
All right. I've written both of them down. I will grab the keys once I've got everything written down. It's easier to do in a batch. Who did you want removed, Nina?
Let's temporarily remove Kevin Ram and Mina. We haven't seen Kevin in a minute and Mina in a minute, so we gotta double back with them.
Is it Mina Rocket?
Mina Rocket, yep.
Okay, and I have both of their state IDs since they're in here. All right, perfect. I will get those both removed.
Maeve, could you tag both of them just so I know we took the keys temporarily, but if they get off their LOA, we can get it back for them.
Yeah, can we add Junior Huntley's keys as well? He needs
Yes.
them
All right.
too.
What is
Me.
his state ID?
I have
I can
no
look it up.
idea.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I got it. It's going to be 7480.
I'm just tired. I'm so old. Oh my god.
Well, no, I'm not assigning
All
it
right,
to age.
perfect.
I'm just
And let them know that we can reverse it. We just haven't seen them, and we're just doing a quick cleanup. And then all they got to do is say, checkbox it if they want it back, and we'll just get it back in the next 48 hours.
Whenever keys are needed, I can get them done by end of day.
Okay, easy.
Let me know.
And then Radich needs the sheriff tags.
Oh, we didn't figure that out. He's Fred is still technically suspended, so I don't know if we can quite proceed.
Oh
with that one.
shit!
But
Yeah,
the
we'll
moment
deal with that
is
tomorrow.
handled, we will
Yeah.
absolutely deal with it.
Okay, perfect.
We have to look at that legislation also before we we might want to work on that sooner rather than later.
Yes.
Yep.
All right.
All right.
Thank you so much. I will get those handled.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
All right, beautiful. All right. Y'all take care.
Have a good one, guys. Good
Chad, I can't get Leah for Pred, man.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
As much as I'd like to, I can't do it. That's a Pred thing. Oh, how you doing, Craig? Good to see you.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Mr.
Hey, I converted all of it into an easier format, not just a spreadsheet format.
Ooh, okay.
And I think
you
I
trying
shared
to
it
get
to your
fired right now?
documents as a V2. What?
Barrett, can
You're
I look at
talking to
this?
my office openly.
So
Oh God, he doesn't know.
what?
Aw.
Listen, if you ever just lose your job, you know, look, we're always looking to expand. You know.
Oh, I'm expecting to lose my job any day. I've been
Oh.
expecting that for months.
Wait, why?
Well, because I'm always encountered with the rest of the marshals.
That's why we fuck with you, Craig. You know. So, anyways, all right. Well,
Yeah, I've been
shit.
feeling like a real 11th man, having to always take the opposite side of everything and argue against everything all the time. But
yeah. Well, shit.
I don't know. It sounds like you need more help than me.
But yeah, Nino, I finished converting all the stuff into the document, and also I need to someday I'll probably need to talk to your team about how to propose legislation, because we've never really clarified criminal culpability and criminal responsibility in our legislation. So
I think if you contact like Abilene, who likes criminal prosecution kind of things, I think she could set you on the right track, and we can help you get that sorted. I will say that we brought up to the governor the point of getting access to the MDT for everybody, so that is on his radar now.
Ooh, thank God. That just having that level of communication available to the general public openly instead of having one terminal in the entire fucking state where everybody has to come to see anything.
Yeah.
That's just a key factor to opening up and transparency in general.
100% agreed. And that extends to documents ideally being visible and like things that are being proposed like right away. You know, you pull that shit up and you see what's coming.
1000%.
All right. Well, shit. All right. Well, we got to get going.
I'm
We
sure
got a
y'all are-
lot to unpack, Craig.
Yeah, I bet. No, you're good. Yeah,
All
y'all be
right.
safe.
Hey,
Take care,
it's good to
Barrett.
see you
again, Barrett.
All right.
We do like a food stop.
Yeah, let's do that. That's a good idea.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Give away all my food to the people who came unprepared.
And I'll run to the food court and I'll pick up and I'll meet you guys there.
Okay.
Like fucking 12 combos.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna give everybody a bonus as well. So I'm going to do likely what's gonna be a baseline, followed by finding a way if I can dump the records for the last 4 months, taking your government paycheck and doing like a multiple. You know what I mean? So that way the baseline can cover everyone's time when they didn't have keys, because I think everyone didn't have keys for about 2 weeks-ish. But then in addition to that, you know, chopping up a check, because I think that's reasonable. I mean, the amount we do versus what everyone is paid is ridiculous.